All right, so it almost seems like we're starting this mid-conversation. I guess we'll get away from the talk of the Caribbean and moving to the Caribbean, which doesn't seem like the smartest thing to do to everyone.
Mm-mm.
But so this will be the first one of the first episodes I'll drop in the new year, and I thought we'd start the new year off talking about something that we've talked about, seeing, and you mention it all the time, that it seems like in the last few years that there's been a spiritual shift and some kind of spiritual metaphysical awakening for a lot of people. When did you start seeing that?
I wouldn't call it a lot of people. I would say a portion of it. Um,
Our yeah, I mean a
our
good bit of
guys.
our people. Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yes, that's the weird thing is it's our guys. It's only our guys. Which this is what blew me away. So I was having a conversation with Space Age Maximalist, great account by the way. They did a 3-part series on consciousness science with him, and he's a legit rocket scientist. So if you ever want to drill down on any of the technical bits of what Pete and I are going to talk about, like it's a good place to start. But he and I were talking, and I was telling him about like, hey, if you look back at any of these like ancient mystic traditions, I'm talking like anything from like the Taoist tradition, which is going on near as makes no difference, 3,000 years old, 4,000 years old. Um, the Egyptian mystic tradition, which is 6,000 years old, or the Greek tradition, which is roughly about 3 or 4,000 years old. It's really old. Doesn't matter where you look, or the Vedic texts, which are equally as old as the Egyptian ones, going back six. We're talking about like 5,000 to 6,000 years. And I remember telling him like all of these guys say the same thing. They all say that only 2 in 10 have souls. 2 in 10 have souls. And he was like, that's really funny. Like, do you know where the NPC meme came from? And I'm like, no, no, I don't. I
Well,
mean, it's
4chan,
accurate. Yeah.
4chan, obviously.
Yeah. But it came about from a study that got widely circulated on 4chan. It was a meta-analysis. And a meta-analysis, to anybody that's listening, is about the gold standard that you can get, right? So basically, instead of like a study that says, all right, this study says this is true. But what if we tweak the like experiment parameters a little bit? Like, what if it's, maybe it's true in this sense, but is it like, what if we move a little bit to the left? It's still true over here, or over here, or over here? And basically, a meta analysis is hundreds to sometimes thousands of individual studies that are all variations of each other, right, to larger or lesser degrees. So if you want to prove something is true, like you have to test it out in like every different direction. And so a meta-analysis is a combination of all these things, right? You basically compile, and with this, they actually commissioned these hundreds of studies. I think it's like 800 studies. And then you compile the data from all of them. And then you see if something's true or not. But what do you know? Only 20% of people on this fucking planet have the capacity for critical thinking. And it goes a lot more than critical thinking, but one of the ability to project oneself into the future, which sounds kind of hokey. Like, what do you mean project myself into the future? Well, like if I'm, you know, confronted with a choice, a dichotomy, I have to say, okay, well, let me imagine myself opening door number A or going down path number A. Well, if I go down path number A, this is going to happen. And then this other thing will probably happen. And, okay, well, that's path A. Let me project myself into the future of if I walk down path B and all of these things will happen to me. And which one's better? Well, I like path B better. To do that simple thing, You have to project yourself into the future. You have to view yourself outside of your body, as in like you're here and now, right this second, right? Like your immediate reactive self. You have to just hop into your head and project yourself into these hypothetical futures. And what comes from that is also empathy. Right? You have to be able to see yourself outside of yourself, like what it's like in Pete's shoes, dealing with me, a guy who can't stay on topic at all, ever, or explain anything in a reasonable time frame. Like, I empathize with that because I put myself in Pete's shoes. So that all comes from the same thing. And only 20% of the population has that ability. And at the same time, the Egyptians and the Taoists are telling us, hey, only 2 in 10 people have souls. Okay. What does that like mean in reality? And this came from like a space I was doing with an account named Schwab, a good guy, nice kid. It was on, I think it was MK Ultra we were talking about, and like I was talking about a bunch of tests that I had to do that I found out were part of the GATE program, and I didn't even go into the GATE program or anything like that, and him and the 4 other hosts were like, that exact same thing happened to me. Like like every single thing you're describing happened to me. And then I was like, okay, well, let me stop being super rude and turn my phone on silent. We asked the listeners, there's something like 700 people listening. Like, raise your hand if any of what we're describing happened to you. And then every single account like had a little hand emoji. It was the fucking most surreal experience I've had in a very long time. Well, sorry, the most surreal group experience I've had in a very long time. And then I realized, like, okay, well, what are the GATE kids, like, basically what the GATE program was to identify kids in America with like the special sauce, right? Like, which, this started right after the remote viewing program was super successful. Damn, I don't know which tangent to go down because both of those are super interesting.
Let's
But
stick on
basically,
Gate. I had a few people contact me and say, I've heard Stormy talk about the Gate program. If he could get more into that, and we talked about it, and I said that I missed it by a couple of years. That like they didn't.
yes, it
I
also
wouldn't have
wasn't
been
done
there
in
for.
every school.
Yeah.
It
Oh, I'm
wasn't done
sure
in
they would have
every
done it.
school.
I'm sure it was done in my school, but I was a couple of years early for it. That's what the
Pete is
that's
old.
what the thing was. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, how it works is this.
Yeah, I didn't go to I didn't go to public school, so yeah, I'm
Neither
sure
did I,
they were
my
going to my
friend.
school. Yeah.
So this is the GATE program is like, let's say you had an intelligence program that turned out to be super duper duper successful. And it didn't involve any hardware or crazy spy planes or anything like that, or any spies or anything like that. It just involved people, like just certain types of people. And that would make you wonder, like, okay, well, how many of those types of people exist in the population? So the remote viewing program, which, if you guys, there was a movie that came out 2 years after the program got declassified. And what the movie does is basically make the whole thing look really, really silly, which it's not. So basically, the narrative is like, oh, during this, Cold War, everything was really, really crazy and everyone was really, really paranoid. And we found out that the Soviet Union was using psychic spies. And because we were so paranoid and things were so crazy, we decided, well, fuck, we got to get psychic spies too. Shit. And then we did. And then we realized how crazy we were being. So we stopped doing that. But everyone was just being really crazy at the time. It was a really crazy time. Well, that's not true. What's true is that the remote viewing program was the most successful intelligence program in the history of the United States, both civilian and military. Right? So that means military intelligence and the Central Intelligence Agency. It was more productive and more successful than the Corona program, which was the CIA and the Pentagon's satellite program before the Apollo program, right? So before that, John F. Kennedy did the little speech, right, we're going to go to the moon now. And everyone got into the space race. We started, shooting up rockets. And first we got like a guy into orbit. And then we got a guy even further. And then eventually guys would go up to the moon. Before we got guy number 1 into orbit, we already had the satellites zipping around the globe, taking pictures of shit, and then airdropping, literally, canisters of film through re-entry, and then would be picked up by boats at nighttime. So the Soviet Union didn't know satellites existed, at least satellites that were taking pictures. Right? It took all of Soviet manpower and technical power to put a fucking radio transmitter into space that beeped occasionally. The idea of the lift it would take was just unbelievable. So, Soviet Union wasn't hiding shit from satellites because the idea of satellites taking pictures of them was fucking impossible. they couldn't think about. Right? So, if you're not hiding stuff from satellites, you would think that satellites would be pretty good at giving you intelligence. And that this other thing that they were doing turned out to be better. And what were they doing? Well, turns out a guy sitting in his desk in Langley can close his eyes, quiet his mind, and through some relatively simple breathing techniques, that guy can go anywhere in the world. He can read you what's on the desk of name a KGB officer. He could tell you what his office smells like, how cold it is, what color the curtains are they ugly? What else is on his desk? And without ever leaving Langley. And if you found out that all of a sudden you come to the realization that a guy can close his eyeballs and relax and see inside your most secret of secrets, that makes every fucking American a national security threat. Because the last thing you want is like some celebrity doing acid and then seeing inside of, Groom Lake, or some kid eating Cheerios, on a Saturday morning, seeing inside, name another place. God forbid, like the fucking celebrity, he's got a platform. What if he says some shit on TV? You could say like, oh, this fucking guy is clearly out of his mind, and you probably institutionalize him. But that means your secret shit was just said on TV. Well, that's a problem. It really is a problem. So all of those kids that could have those type of abilities need to be identified. We need to keep a fucking eye on them. We don't need to like track them with little G-men like looking in their window. We just need to know who they are. Quantify that risk. And it turns out they're good at a lot of other shit besides just seeing stuff. We can get into that later. But, I mean, you say, Stormy, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. That sounds insane. Yeah, well, that's exactly what the PBS 60 Minutes reporter thought when Ronnie Reagan spat it out of his mouth, talking about how the Pentagon's psychic spy program was the most successful program they had. It identified exactly where the downed helicopter in the Congo was, or where the satellite was. That was, I mean, by the 80s, we did have satellites. Some of them were nuclear powered. So, like a broken satellite, full of nuclear shit, losing orbit, and soon to fall into the atmosphere and land somewhere. Like, knowing where that thing is going to land is important. And Ronnie Reagan explained it to her that they couldn't figure it out until the Pentagon guys and their remote viewers told them exactly what day it would happen, where it would happen, how it would happen, down to a 200-yard radius. What do you know? So it may sound insane, but it's not. It was a very real thing. This program ran from 1968 to 2004. Well, at least that's when they told us it stopped. But usually when the government gets caught doing something, they just rename it and keep doing it. So that's probably happened. So, like,
Well,
what does that mean?
What's interesting? What's interesting is the first time we ever got on the phone together, you brought this up, and I told you, I said, I was reading about this in like 2013 and 2014, and the fact that when you read the declassified documents, these read as this happened. This is all true. This is the data is there.
Oh yeah, each and every intelligence report, what they were working on, what they were looking at.
And the hard
I got
part
the
for
fucking
most
training
people,
manuals.
yeah, and the hard part for most people to deal with this, in the modern day, is the fact that we are an incredibly materialist, materialist thinking.
Yes.
Has just dominates the culture, dominates the zeitgeist. So when people hear this, they immediately think of the movie that you had referenced, The Men Who Stare at Goats, which was basically designed to throw everybody off of this, because it had just been declassified, and it made everybody look stupid. It made everybody look stupid in that movie until it didn't. But the problem with this is that people think that their consciousness is a part of their physical body. They don't know how to separate it. And even people like, I remember some evolutionist was talking to the Dalai Lama, and he was just basically talking down to the Dalai Lama and everything, and just, well, you don't know the science. He's like, okay, well, explain the science of consciousness. That's what the Dalai Lama said. And the scientist got pissed because he can't. He can't explain where consciousness comes from, where it comes from. I mean, I've read not every theory I can get my hands on. It happened because when we were basically cavemen, somebody found a mushroom and then they ate that. And that's when they started talking to themselves inside their head. And then they thought, oh, God must be talking to me. It's like, okay, well, slow down a little bit. How did this person come up with the concept of God? Where do these concepts come from? I mean, is it what
Pete,
what
they
in
think
our what in our state
ideas
of
come from them. They think ideas come from them.
And that was another thing that when the first time we talked was, I remember there was this a website. Um, Back in like 2016, they took all at the same time. A bunch of the torrent sites got taken down, and there was a torrent site that was called occult.biz. And they didn't, I mean, they had a lot of occult stuff on there, but they had all this stuff. They had all of the Stargate. That's where I got all the Stargate information from. Interviews, they had interviews that I've since lost with people who were involved in it. And one of the things that I read was it started talking about where do your thoughts come from? And are you thinking your own thoughts, or are they coming from somewhere else? And they just had this little exercise in it. It said, not everybody's going to be able to do this, but
2 and 20.
stand back, completely shut down your thoughts, and then look at the thoughts that are going to come to you, and tell me and ask yourself where those thoughts are coming from. And if you know how to do it, you'll realize you're not thinking these things. These things are there are things coming from somewhere else.
Yes.
And people don't want, as soon as you say that, people shut down.
Yep. So
because
what's funny is
either
that,
they're not willing to, or they're, I'll let you go in a sec. One, they're not willing to accept it because it just sounds like voodoo to them. Or two, and it sounds like voodoo to them, and they can't do it. Or two, they can do it, and it scares the shit out of them.
Yes. Why would it scare the shit out of them? Because that means that God exists. Right? This is the fundamental thing. Like, so that document you're referring to is called the Gateway Report. Anybody that's listening that is ready to turn this off because it sounds insane, just type into your nearest search browser the Gateway Report. The very first link that should pop up is CIA's reading room. Don't worry, it's not a trap. They have to, by law, publish every single thing that comes out via FOIA. And they do it in what's called reading rooms. If you want to go learn about the space program that I was talking about that had like satellites before the Apollo program, that's in the National Reconnaissance, NRO, their reading room. So it's not, just click the fucking link, asshole. Just do that. And when you do, you'll find out that not only is everything that Pete just said true, but that the Pentagon has known this since the 70s. That Gateway Report was commissioned by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You know, some unserious motherfuckers, right, Pete? Some losers with nothing better to do. And the report was done for them by Stanford Research Institute. You know, our most prestigious research university. So the most prestigious research university in the nation, therefore the most prestigious research university in the world. So Joint Chiefs of Staff, some losers, and, you know, some loser university research laboratory. And it will break it down to you in very clear language that when you close your eyes and you say hello, that voice that says hello back to you doesn't live inside your brain. It does not live between your ears. It comes from somewhere else. Because the fundamental tenet, right, the thing that, brief sidetrack, I was born and raised in the church, baptized and confirmed. I did all my sacraments except for I haven't gotten married yet, working on that. And I haven't needed last rites yet. God forbid. Yet, for now. Eventually, I'll get there. None of us make it out of here alive. And then I, went to school, got exposed to, science, and science knows everything. And I didn't really pay attention in school. I didn't really dig it. And until later on in life, for some reason, I was working really hard. I just started my first company and had a lot of disposable income, but really no free time to think about anything because I'd come back, and from work and my brain would be running a million miles an hour. And the only thing I could do I couldn't sit and watch TV. Right? It was like too many. I started learning stuff. I just started with history and just kept right on going. Went into, physics, general relativity, special relativity. I did all of the Einsteinian physics, and got into quantum mechanics, and it just got me further and further away from God until I got to the end of it. Right, and I had some discretionary income. At this point in time, I'd learned myself calculus, and I bought some of Einstein's letters to other physicists, and I bought some of his journals. He kept a lot of journals. And you can say whatever you want about Einstein, like, oh, it wasn't really him or this other, like, whatever. It doesn't matter. Because the physicists that he was having conversations with, he'd have to tell me that all the physicists are fake. Because what these physicists are talking about, like every textbook I ever picked up, was telling me and framing these men is that they believed what Neil deGrasse Tyson believes. Right? That is the scientific belief, right? You don't know science unless you believe the world looks like Neil deGrasse Tyson. You're a fucking biological robot in a meaningless universe. That's the science. So Google Translate had just come out in a phone app. So I got my phone, I opened up the camera or the Google Translate and camera, I hold it up to these letters, and my fucking jaw hits the floor. Because what I read was, I don't speak German, but the last thing I ever thought I would have read. Because here's Einstein and Niels Bohr, or Einstein and Schrodinger, talking about God. I was told these guys didn't believe in God and believing God is silly and unscientific. And Einstein's like, I see his signature everywhere. Whether I look in the smallest of the small or the largest of the large, he's there. The world, or sorry, the universe would be, without him, inconceivable in any imaginable way. The forces of nature are held together like a telephone pole on a pencil point. And without someone keeping it constant, all of this would fall apart. And then he basically says the same thing about, because again, this is a guy that, did the special relativity, general relativity, thing, basically dunked on Newton. And then after that, he went and discovered the atom and quantum mechanics. So guy's kind of having a run right now. He just got done digging into the big and the small. And I didn't know what to make of it. And luckily, when we're ready for information, that information will always find us. You can call it a synchronicity, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. But out of just like complete randomness, I stumbled across the Gateway Report. And all of a sudden, everything just clicked. I had realized that the way I was raised was a lot more accurate descriptor of the physical world around me than any of the science I had ever read. Because those two things can coexist. They are not mutually exclusive. Like evolution, it's like that idiot fucking scientist you were saying, trying to quiz the Dalai Lama. Right? This is the best thing about, Hermeticism. Everyone thinks Hermeticism is like some spooky religion or whatever. Like, you're dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. It's an analytical framework of looking at the world that kind of exposes a lot of the contradictions our brain creates for us, like dichotomies or opposites. Contradictions, they don't exist. Opposites don't exist in nature, so they're the only place they exist are in our head. Well, Stormy, what about hot and cold? Right? Loud and silent. These are opposites. No, they're not. They're just polarities. Hot and cold are two ends of temperature. quiet and loud are two ends of sound. Right? Evolution and creation. Right? These are not opposite things. Right? God can create life. Right? He can build a perfect. Oh, and we're just figuring out that DNA turns out to be a really good computer. I'm sure that surprises only humanity. I'm sure God is not surprised at all. He's like, yeah, fuckos. Thanks for, So you build this perfect thing called life, right? And you watch it grow and you watch it become something worthy of putting a soul into, right? They're not separate things. Evolution and creation are they're not opposites, which again, like that's where the Dalai Lama probably thought that fucking guy was hilarious. But I got drugged back to faith, if you can call it faith, like by force. And it was very disorienting, a very disorienting experience. Because I got there through science. Like I never stopped looking for the science of all of these things. And it turns out it's there. There's infinitely more peer-reviewed studies holding up my worldview than Neil deGrasse Tyson's worldview. Fake scientist Neil deGrasse Tyson. When I say fake scientist, I mean literal fake scientist. The man has never published a single paper and not been cited in any other paper. Scientifically, the man doesn't exist. He's a creation. He's an actor. But it seems to be someone's fucking prerogative to put a man pretending to be a scientist on every platform that he can get a hold of to convince you that you are a biological robot in a meaningless universe. You should consider why that would possibly be. But for remote viewing to operate, right? I have to sit at my desk here in Palm Beach, I'm going to say Pete's in Alaska, and close my eyes. And I can tell you what Pete's office looks like, what Pete's doing, what he's scribbling on his desk. For that to be possible, which it is, we have infinity evidence of, that means I both exist here in my desk and I also exist in Pete's house, right? That's the non-locality of consciousness. The thing that when I close my eyes and I say hello, the thing that says hello back to me doesn't have to be attached to my body at all. It doesn't even we don't have to occupy the same space at the same time. So why would it be connected to me when I die? It doesn't have to be connected to me when I'm alive. Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't have a fucking answer for that, but our government sure did, because they operationalized the technology, which is what they called tech consciousness. They called it a technology. They operationalized this technology for 40 fucking years, and likely still do today. So our own government thinks materialism is full of shit. They're just hoping you're dumb enough to believe that it's not.
Let's go back to the
the emotional part. I skipped over that. My bad.
Well, 2 and 10 having a soul. So I just released an episode before we started talking with an Indian gentleman who
great guy
is Giant is he's very honest. I mean, honest to. I mean, I asked him. I said, "Well, if all this is true, why should I believe you?" And he took that right in stride and said, "You really shouldn't. You really should get to know somebody before you." So,
yeah,
what he's talking about is he's describing a people that are motivated by two things. They're motivated by sex and they're motivated by money. And they're probably when you take into consideration the groups, he doesn't only talk about Indians, he groups a whole bunch of other people in the world in
Yes.
this groups, and it's all obviously in the poorest, quote unquote poorest, but really it's just places where they can't, without somebody else, they can't even come close to where we are,
Yes.
where the least of us are.
Yes.
And when you take into consideration, you have to look at that, and you have to look at the amount of people that he's talking about, a quarter of the world.
Yes.
And it seems like what he's describing is he's describing people who don't have a
He's
soul.
describing beasts.
Yeah, these are not these are humans in the, maybe that's even a bad word to use, but humans in the most primal sense, the most animalistic sense.
Pete,
And
bodies without consciousness, right, will become vessels or vehicles for consciousnesses without bodies.
yeah, we talked about that too when I was talking about my forays into different forms of meditation,
Yes.
and which I've stopped doing.
Yes.
I've replaced it with something else that we can talk about a little bit later.
Why
But
get into a
I talked
fight
about,
every day if you don't have to?
yeah, but I talked about, I found the a meditation ritual of Edgar Cayce. People can go and look at Edgar Cayce, Cayce,
He's just a
and
really good guesser.
yeah, well, he was also somebody who pretty sure that he was a vessel for he was a willing vessel for other entities,
Yes.
and in doing the meditation that he described, I felt like I was being invaded by another entity, and I had to snap stop, and I was sick for a week after that. I had to pull right out of it because I felt
Yes.
like I was being invaded. And
Yes.
yeah, these are, people can say what they want about people's experiences, they're anecdotal, whatever. But the funny thing is there's more writing and records of things like what I'm describing than there is of, oh, look, we just found this intermediary form where, a fish turned into, a fish grew legs and walked up onto the land. Well, no. No, actually, we have thousands and thousands upon thousands and hundreds of thousands of instances of people describing what I'm describing more times than this fictional science that somebody decided to come up with so that they could, so you didn't realize that the things that you are actually capable of.
Yes. Do you want to know what the least diverse, we'll call it membership organization or group is? Least diversity. Diversity people would be really upset about it. The GATE program.
Yeah, it's all white.
It's all one type of people. Isn't that funny? That's weird. That's weird. It seems that, yeah, I don't know why that is. I have some ideas,
Yeah, I don't think
but
there's one non-European white in the program.
not a single one. Not a single one. Why is that? Well, okay. So we talked about like remote viewing. By the way, that I'll give it to Pete in the actually I think I already gave it to Pete, but I'll give him some links instead to put in the show notes. Every single thing that I'm talking about here, there's at least 2 to 3 dozen peer-reviewed studies, right? In serious journals, serious physics journals, serious medical journals, psychology journals, tons, literally tons. I mean, some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about today has been replicated in laboratories, literally 70 different laboratories on 4 continents. It's a fucking thing. It just is. So, one thing really briefly, the shortest tangent ever. There is more science on our side than their side. As in, if I were to stack up all the research, right? Mine is a mile high and Neil deGrasse Tyson's is an inch deep. So there's a good portion of our group of people that are materialist, or that their materialist priors prevents them from engaging in with what is happening in reality. Right? Why is Julius Evola suddenly relevant in our sphere? Why is this? Right? If you were to call Julius Evola a philosopher, a political theorist, he would beat the shit out of you, probably within an inch of your life. It'd be the worst thing you could call him. Julius Evola was a mystic, an esotericist. Right? He didn't have fuck all to do with the political, except in the fact that what we think is a political conflict is not a political conflict. Why would a guy whose life's work was spirituality's work suddenly become relevant to us politically? Maybe because the conflict we're in is not a political conflict. Maybe that's why. Well, so I guess one way to put it would be, well, actually, let's backtrack into what the world looks like and who inhabits it. Right? What Pete is describing, you may think that Pete's just a crazy person and Stormy's just a crazy person. Whatever, I don't care. But a whole bunch of other content creators that you enjoy.
Well, we are. Yeah, we are.
Yes, we are. And we're also completely harmless. So a whole bunch of other content creators that you've enjoyed, some of which have appeared on the show many times, some of which whose shows that you probably watch, have reached out to me privately and basically had similar stories to what Pete had, except for Pete was meditating, right? He went to that state, almost to that state, where he would be where they are, and that would give them the opportunity to be where he is. But they've reached out to me, and all of them have described varying forms of sleep paralysis. Right? Like when I was sleeping, in a dream, I woke up in the dream, and then I couldn't move. Man, I was frozen but conscious, and something was standing over me or in my bedroom, and it was trying to touch me and stick its arm or its hand into my chest, right? Or standing at the foot of my bed. And I either started praying in my dream, or I woke up. And the number one thing, they don't tell me this, but at this point in time, I've been around so long, and I've done so many little forays into where they live. I kind of know what it's like. And I'd ask them, like, oh, okay, well, this is a dream, right? They'd be like, yeah, it was a dream. It was a really terrible dream. Like, what does it mean? I'd be like, well, first off, it means that it wasn't a dream at all. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, when you woke up the next morning, did you feel exhausted? And not like exhausted, like you didn't get any sleep, but like you've been run over by a fucking train. Like more physically drained of life than you've ever been. You probably found it hard to walk. You're probably really nauseous and disoriented. They'd all say, yes. How did you know that? And I'd say, well, the same way I know that that's not a dream. You weren't asleep. You were just in that place before you wake up all the way. Right? And then that usually gets a lot of uncomfortable silence. And they'd be like, yeah, but I saw the thing like at the foot of my bed, like in the dream. You're like, no, you didn't. But you did see a thing at the foot of your bed. You just weren't dreaming. Because the thing about us, for some reason, is you ever watch, you're a movie guy, right? Do you ever
Mm-hmm.
watch The Second Shining?
No.
Fuck. It is really good. As in, like, kind of one of those movies that kind of spills the beans.
Is it The Shining Part 2 or is it the
Yeah,
a
it's like
remake
Doctor
of the
Sleep.
original?
No, it's part two. It's Doctor Sleep. But basically, what I just described, minus the sleeping part of it, the same character, he's just a little bit grown up. But it basically describes why his dad got possessed, but also why all the little monsters that he encountered wanted him and not anybody else. Because remember, his mom didn't see them. Right? And his dad got occupied. Right? He was desold, I guess you could say. Right? But they all wanted him. And that's basically the larger theme of the second film, is that there are a portion of the kids and the one diversity hire they did slip in there is the new young kid that our previous hero encounters is a black girl, which is nonsensical. But that, these things that exist are all trying to drain something out of a portion of kids that, or adults, depending, that only a small percentage of people are born with. And there's a lot of truth in that, because, like, we're kind of on the radar, I guess you could say. Right? Like we're non-NPCs in like the literal sense, as in like we imagine like NPCs versus us, like we are playing in single player, right? That's what you think of when you think of NPCs. But that's the wrong way to look at it. The right way to look at it is, yes, there are NPCs. And yes, dear listener, if you're listening to this, you're probably not one of them. But you're playing versus. You're not playing, single player storyline. It's a both and. Yes, there are NPCs, but also you're not the only one playing. It's a much bigger game, I guess you could say. So, like, the enemy gets a vote. And it's important to remember that because, like, what's a good way to put it? And I'm sure there's a lot of listeners that are probably really freaked out right now because they have had a similar experience as some of the content creators that I described. I won't put anybody on blast, but we'll say it's more than two, less than 10, but I don't talk to that many content creators. There's only a couple really good ones. But it's a lot. Kind of like the high percentage of our guys that, seem to be in this little program. And they're not perfect. The government's not fucking great. They don't catch everybody. In fact, they probably don't even get half. But it was a thing. So the other thing I think, Pete, I asked you the very first time we talked, and it was like the very first thing I ever asked you was if you feel like the last 3 or 4 years you've been like, you felt like you're going through menopause. I think it's my go-to description of it, right? But it's like, how else do you describe like as a man in a way where another man will feel comfortable admitting this to you? Because first off, like admitting it is probably like, it could be taken in a context that sounds very, very, very unmanly. But I believe I asked Pete, like, do you feel like you're a lot more emotional lately? The last couple years, and it would be a marked difference, right? Like a noticeable difference between how you used to be before that. Like something specifically changed.
Yeah, I was pretty cold for a long time, and yeah, just the other day I shared with you that document that I found of my great grandfather, and I was reading it out loud. When I found it, I was reading it out loud to my wife because I thought it was so amazing and everything. And right in the middle of reading it, just so the people listening know, it's the paperwork he filled out and the oaths he had to take when he came here from Galicia to become a citizen, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And like I'm reading it to my wife, and like right in the middle of it, I just break down crying. There's no
Yep.
reason for me to start breakdown crying. It's not something that I ever would have broke down crying, but it just right in the middle of it, completely choked up, can't finish reading it. It's like, here, you read this.
Yep. And it could be like dumb stuff. Like you could just be texting a person and all of a sudden you just get choked up out of nowhere. Because like even if it's not like you were reading a personal like family document, because you'd be like, oh, it's that type of emotion. But like it doesn't even have to be that. You could be just like talking to someone or like thinking of a text or something and it just comes out of nowhere. And all of a sudden you're choked up in the middle of talking or the middle of typing or whatever. You're reading things that never like, you're not like crying at like Hallmark commercials, but like all of a sudden, like you feel a thing for situations or things that you never would have before. Like you probably read a million fucking, I mean, you've been doing the Ancestry deep dive for a long time. And and the other thing is it kind of comes out of nowhere, as in like the situation you're in is not emotional, right? It kind of just happens. And the thing about emotions is, well, they don't come from inside of you. Just like your thoughts. Well, some of your thoughts do, but knowledge is emotion, right? All knowledge is conveyed to you through feeling. And some of our more technical autistic people are going to be like, absolutely not. What are you fucking talking about? And I'll ask you like, okay, do you love your mom? You're going to say yes. You say it immediately. You didn't think about it, did you? You didn't go, well, these are the things my mom does. She's really awesome. As soon as I said your mom, you got like a warm and fuzzy. And it's a feeling. You know it instantly. And this is provable. As in, like, we've got a ton of fucking studies for this too. So I could take Pete to a museum, and I could take him in the back of the museum, and I could put an EKG on him, and I could put an EEG on him, right? So I'm measuring brain waves, and I'm measuring his heart. And in the back of the room, there's this big, giant, thing with a big red curtain over it. I say, look at the red curtain. And then I yank the curtain down, and instantly his EEG and his EKG are doing the same thing if I were to just have his wife hold his hand or give him a hug or something like that. And you're like, okay, so what? Well, the word instantly, that's what. Because, see, underneath the curtain was a beautiful picture, beautiful painting. And Pete knew that painting was beautiful immediately. Okay, so what? Well, when I mean immediately, I mean instantly. Which is odd because it takes, a portion of time for the light to bounce off that painting and go into Pete's eyeballs, and for his eyeballs to then flip those two images, because they come in upside down, and then merge those two images to a single image, and then analyze that image. It takes you about a second to a second and a quarter, right, to see anything and understand it, right? I could fucking swing a baseball bat at your face and you'll duck instantly, but you're not thinking, oh, this is a bat. Look at the shape of this bat. It's moving really fast. Like, no, you're not understanding what's happening. Just there's something moving at your face really, really fast, right? That's different. But if I put a message on that baseball bat on a Post-it note and I swing it in your fucking face, then you're not going to be able to read it. You're not going to be able to understand it. I can put a happy face on it, ironically, because you're about to get smashed in the face with the bat. You're not going to be able to see it. You're not going to know whether it's a beautiful happy face or a frowny face, because there's not enough time. So somehow, Pete's brain knew that that was a pretty picture before he possibly could have known it was a pretty picture. And we're about to experiment with this in the extreme, right? Because the knowledge of what that painting was transmitted to him instantly, and it was transmitted to him through the form of feeling. Thoughts are going to jump in and glom on top of it afterwards. Those thoughts, they happen in your head. But that's the only thing that does. Right? Because knowledge doesn't come from you. It comes from somewhere else. And you can apply this in a much more real-world example. The term women's intuition is a real thing. As in, like, there's a reason that it exists in every single culture and all the oracles and all the soothsayers. Fortune tellers, they're all women. Okay. But also, this, what's the word? What are they? A placebo type effect, right? This word, women's intuition, right? It's a nonsense word. Because if you're to peel back the nonsense word, there's a lot of uncomfortable truths there. We don't like those. Just like with placebo effect, it literally means in Greek, unknown. So the placebo effect is the unknown effect. Well, fuck you. You gave me fake medicine that told me it was going to cure my brain cancer, and it was just Tic Tacs. But now my brain cancer's gone. Like, fuck you. It's not the unknown effect. Don't act like you know what this is. Like, you should be looking at this. Either Tic Tacs cure cancer, or you have some fucking explaining to do. Same thing with women's intuition. Because it's, I mean, I can point to 60 or 70 studies. Right? Women know things. Right? One variation of the study is like, let's just say, Pete, I'm going to put you into the study. Pete plans a surprise party for his wife. He spends about a month on it. Right? He's got all of her friends, got balloons, got presents, got funny hats, noisemakers, like everything. And it's at her friend's house. Well, Pete takes her to her friend's house. She doesn't know. And the second she opens the door and surprise happens, she's not going to feel happy. She's going to look like ghost white. Because unbeknownst to Pete, and unbeknownst to the party goers, and most importantly, unbeknownst to her, right? Some crazy ex-boyfriend has, somehow like gotten into the back of the house and wants to do something bad to her, right? She has no way of knowing that that person exists. And nobody else does either. But the second that fucking door opens, she knows that something's wrong. And every single person that's listening to this has experienced this in their own life. Right? Well, you're going to ask her, like, bitch, I spent a fucking month. Wait, what do you mean? And she's going to say, I don't know. I want to go home. I don't. And then she's going to struggle to put it into words. And you'll be like, what do you mean you don't know? And she's going to be like, I don't know. I can't explain it. Well, that's because she can't physically put it into words for you. Because emotion is really, really, really hard to pin down in words. That's why we come up with all these nonsense words for it. Sad. Okay. Well, if I were to ask you, what is sad? Describe sad to me. You're going to have a really fucking hard time. Or happy. Like, okay, what does that mean, happy? The only reason these words exist is because we all roughly experience them the same way. So we don't have to explain the emotion to anybody else because it'd be a fucking damn hard time to do it. But Pete's wife knew immediately. And the same way every person listening to this knows and can remember a time where they were sitting there by themselves, they thought, and then all of a sudden felt like someone was staring at them. Well, if I'm behind Pete, let's say I'm 50 feet behind Pete, and I'm staring at him, he is going to know. Some of the hunters that listen to this, you already know this. Because if you've been fucking tracking an animal for forever, and you finally got it in your sights, you know not to focus on it. Because the animal knows. Well, how does it fucking know? How did Pete know that I'm 50 feet or 20 feet behind him? He didn't know I existed. So the knowledge of me being the guy staring at the back of Pete's head somehow got transmitted from my brain to his. How the fuck did that happen? Because there's no way Pete should be able to know that. Like zero. We're not connected. I didn't fucking send him a message. I didn't make a sound. I just stared at him. Staring, it doesn't mean anything. Because if I was looking a foot to my left, Pete wouldn't have felt shit. And you can take this little thought experiment and do it in a real life experiment, which has been done many times. to the extreme. So let's say I take Pete to another place. I already took him to a fucking museum. Now I'm going to take him to a fucking football stadium. It's going to be empty. And there's a chair and then a desk with some wires. It's at the 50-yard line. All right. So, chair's facing in one direction. He sits in the chair, and I put the EEG machine on him again. And I put the EKG machine on him again. And then I hop in a little golf cart, and I leave the stadium. I leave the parking lot. I go 8 miles in the opposite direction from him. That's beyond the curvature of the earth, 7 miles, roughly. Right? And then I go up on top of a tower. And on the way, I picked up some random fucking guy. Just so it's not me, right? So I take another guy, I bring him up the tower with me, and at the top of the tower is a telescope with a big shutter on it. And I say, hey, look through that shutter. Or sorry, look through the telescope. The guy's going to look through the telescope. And I'm going to say, I don't see anything. Like, no shit. Because the shutter hasn't opened. Keep looking. He keeps looking. And all of a sudden the shutter opens. Just enough time for his eyes to focus. And then it closes again. And we will see instantly from 8 fucking miles away, Pete's EEG machine and his EKG machine go nuts. How is that possible? I just described to you a real experiment that's been done 2 separate times on 2 different ends of the country. How is that possible? Did a connection spontaneously self-organize in midair to like just transmit that fucking random guy's knowledge that he was looking through a telescope at Pete, transmit it 8 miles into Pete's brain? Did that just suddenly, did that pathway, that little communication tube, just suddenly form out of existence? No. Well, how else did Pete instantly know that this faster than light and faster than sound could travel over that 8 miles? So a person that he doesn't know exists, has no possible way of knowing exists, at a distance so far away, not light or sound could have reached him in time. How did he know? And did that pathway that allowed him to know, did it instantly form? No, it didn't. I mean, it could, but what's more logical? That it just self-organized that instant the shutter opened, or that it was always there and that Pete didn't know it was always there, and that guy looking through the telescope didn't know that they were always connected? How could that be? Well, back to what Pete said when he opened up this podcast. Well, what if your thoughts and your consciousness come from outside of you? Well, then that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Okay, well, how does that happen? You mean to tell me we're all connected? In a way, but not really. Because we're all part of the same thing, just to different degrees. Remote viewing, telekinesis, like all these things, I'm all just describing variations of the same thing. All right. An easy way I explain this is a sea sponge. A sea sponge happens to be the perfect explanation or perfect analogy to you and your existence in relationship to God. You're a sea sponge at the bottom of the ocean, right? That sea sponge came from the ocean. It was created in the ocean, right? We'll say the ocean is God in this example, right? It was created in the ocean. It's always existed in the ocean, right? And since it's a sponge, the ocean is inside of it because it's a sponge. It's full of holes, right? Filled with ocean, by the way, right? So it is of the ocean, and it is filled with the ocean. And where does it live? Where is the sponge? Well, it's in the fucking ocean. So it is of the ocean. It is made up of the ocean. The ocean's inside of it. And it is also in the ocean. That's you. And that means things like remote viewing, or how Pete's brain could get either connected to me staring at him from 50 feet away or 20 feet away, or 8 miles away, or 1,000 miles away. Because I don't even need to look at him. The same experiment's been done by just focusing on him. 1,000 miles away, 2,000 miles away, it doesn't fucking matter. Time and space only exists for you. Physically. Okay, well, how does that happen? Well, dear listener, are you aware of your big toe? Right now. Focus on it. Can you feel it? Can you move it? It was always attached to you. I'm not talking chemically, like electrochemically, like nerves. I'm talking about your intention, like focus on your big toe. Now you can feel it. You didn't feel it a second ago, but now you do. Because you just changed the coordinates of what you're focusing on. Because there's really no difference between what's happening inside your head, so to speak, and what's happening inside your big toe. Or my big toe. Or Pete's big toe. It's all just a question of coordinates. Right? We're all in the same ocean. And turns out we can kind of we can move things around in the ocean. Go on, Pete. That was a lot, sorry.
Yeah, and I want to go back. I want to go back to remote viewing.
Yes.
And what I would call psychic spying, that kind of thing. So I haven't heard anybody talk about this. I've heard people talk about this, but I've never heard, because no one talks about remote viewing and the remote viewing program and everything. So a buddy of mine this morning sent me a screenshot of an investigative reporter, Catherine Herridge, on Twitter. We have some mutuals. Eric Prince follows her. A bunch of people follow her. And she had a whistleblower on from the CIA. And I put and when I saw the subject they were talking about, I put this something just came to me
Funny
because
how
the
that works.
subject was Havana syndrome.
Hmm.
You understand where I'm going?
Yes.
Havana syndrome, which has affected mostly intelligence assets and quote unquote diplomats in, well, it started in Havana, but it's also been reported that it's happened in other countries. And I finally put together this morning that what Havana syndrome, what they may be experiencing is foreign powers thinking that there are psychic spies there and working to interrupt
Yeah.
them
Yes.
and stop them. And
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
also
put that together.
happened to guys on U.S. soil.
Mm-hmm. It has. Yeah. So, I mean, I know we can take this into another tangent, but
Do you remember when you
all
said
this is
you got
declassified.
sick? You said you got
Yeah.
sick after you felt
Mm-hmm.
invaded.
Mm-hmm.
Did you look
Yeah.
at the symptoms of Havana syndrome,
I
or
have
what
looked
they're
at some
calling
of the. I
Havana
have looked at
syndrome?
the symptoms. Yeah.
Yeah, it basically describe feeling sick, being
Mm-hmm.
drained of energy. Well, do you know that a portion, about 20%, I can't remember if it was like 15 or 20%. Uh, I think it was 15%, something like that, 10 or 15% of the remote viewers, if they had any type of like, because you don't really get to pick who gets it and who doesn't. Well, you can, but some people just naturally have an affinity to it, the ability to be able to do it. But a subset of those people also have other personality disorders, right? They're not good people. Right? We all know some that are just perfectly normal people, but just not good people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I know exactly what you're describing. I think the listener does too.
yeah. Well, it turns out that a portion of these people, um, after about a year or two in the program, because they're doing it a lot, right? If your job is X, Y, and Z, and you're in the fucking military, guess what? You're doing a lot of it, right? I ask those guys on submarines how many hours they work. Well, if like the nation needs you to like remote view something that is like mission critical, like remote viewers were also used extensively in the Iran hostage situation. They were able to tell them exactly what room the hostages were being held in a complex that was a university, had a lot of rooms. And they were basically working round the clock, all taking shifts. And a couple of them, and this apparently had always happened, but a couple of them would have psychotic episodes that would be permanent. Um, I guess you can call it, what do they call it now? DID, or dissociative identity disorder, or split personality disorder is what we used to call it.
Mm-hmm.
They would develop split personality disorder. Well, Pete, you did some meditating. What happened to you? Somebody tried to get in there.
Right. Something, someone, some
There you go.
That's a different personality.
Yeah, different personality. Funny that how that works. Yeah. So they would develop permanent dissociative fucking DID, damn it. Um, yeah. So both the remote viewers, when they're doing it, if they have any personality traits that I guess you could say are flawed, they seem to have there seem to not be able to do what you did, Pete. And then say, no, get out of here. Right. So it can be a couple things. Right. So the men that stared at goats, they weren't just remote viewing, they were trying to cause physical harm. Right. In the end, they actually blow up that goat, remember?
Yep.
With their brains. This was an actual program. I can't remember whether it was Grill Flame or Sunbeam. You can go look these up. But we tried extensively, and we don't know whether they were successful at it or not. But there are also reports. These are not from the program. These are separate reports from human intelligence sources, right? And documents that were smuggled out of the Soviet Union, which again I have. I can drop you if you want to put them in the show notes later. Just remind me that the Soviets were able to do this, right? Cause physical harm, both in laboratory animals and in humans. And knowing a little bit about how they operated their prisons, particularly the head of the Soviet, I guess you could call them like commissars that went into the Spanish Civil War, that were basically running, because I mean, you've done enough work in the Civil War or the Spanish Civil War. I got into an argument with a mutual friend of ours, named Astral, and he was like, "Yeah, no, the Spanish were like, there was millions of Spanish communists. Like it wasn't like a Soviet Union gay op from like start to finish." And I was like, "No, it wasn't a Soviet Union gay op from start to finish. It was a proxy war, like Ukraine, right?" And he's like, "What do you mean, like Ukraine?" And he's probably getting angry even listening to this. Probably like, "No, I didn't say that. I said this." I can already see him chimping out. That's not what I
I can
meant.
hear his voice right now.
Yeah, 100%. But I was like, well, think about Ukraine, man, right? We started that war on purpose. We controlled the government. We cooed the government. We did a democracy switcheroo, right? Just like the Spanish the communists got control of the Spanish government through a election, apparently, right? And immediately we began flooding it full of operatives and guns and money and try to take over the country. And then half of the country was like, no, you can't come take over our country. We don't recognize this election. Fuck you. And they're like, no, we won this election fair and square. So now we're going to fucking persecute the church. Does this sound familiar? It does to me. And just like all of our spooks are facilitating all the intelligence to the Ukrainian army, doing all the command and control on all the missions, right? And even our special forces guys, I'm sure, are just doing the on the ground advising. I'm sure they are in no way taking part in any combat operations. I'm sure they're just there to advise troops in the field, to just stand there and, give PowerPoint presentations in between artillery barrages and, in the trenches below the bullets, to advise them. I'm sure they're not shooting back at all. Well, one of the guys that was one of the Soviet advisors in the Spanish Civil War, the head advisor, right? He went on after the Civil War to run a chemical And it covered everything: chemical, biological, and special weapons. Laboratory. Where they experimented on prisoners. That's how they tested their poisons, their biological agents, and all of their other creative ways of hurting and killing people. So at the time, like reading these reports, and I'm reading about laboratory animals and participants, whatever. I'm just imagining, oh, cool. Like this is like how they tested every other assassination program they had, right? They develop it till they thought they had a fucking poison. They tested on animals, and it looked like it was good on animals. And they brought people in. They were prisoners, and they tested it on them. And then if it worked, we got a new poison. So if our intelligence guys are freaking the fuck out about it and trying to do the same exact thing, that means I would safe to assume that they were successful in it. And it was more than just lab animals. So what Pete is describing, we already tried to fucking do. And we tried to do it because the Soviets did it successfully, where not only can you remote view, but you can cause physical harm. And Pete, remember that treasure trove of scientific studies I sent you?
Yep.
It's something like, this was just like a tip of the iceberg of all of the fucking studies. Like, and these are public. These aren't like classified studies. These are peer-reviewed studies happening in the unclassified world. And as far back as the 70s. A good chunk of those, I would say a solid quarter of them, are on remote healing. Why would the government be interested in the ability to remotely heal people? Probably because they were also interested in remotely hurting them. Because, one kind of necessitates the other, doesn't it? If I can remotely heal you, which, surprise, kids, you can. Don't ask me how it works. I just know that it does work, right? These are just the rules down here.
That's been proven in Normieville too. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Like, we don't make the rules, Pete and I. We just fucking live here. God created them. This is another thing. It's not fucking like the biggest thing that upsets me the most about our guys, especially when it comes to a topic like this, because they'll all tell me how they're not materialists and how they're just religious guys or whatever. But then they'll tell me that this is all nonsense, right? Or some of them will tell me it's evil, right? Or whatever it is. Like, I'm sorry. Like, magic exists. Like, we didn't make the rules.
Evola wrote 3 volumes on it.
Yeah. Oh, yes. There's another thing. I'm actually staring at them right now. Yes. Julius Evola's life work, his magnum opus, was none of the books you fucking heard of. But if you search for it, you'll find it. It was out of print for a very, very, very long time until somebody was finally brave enough to put it into print, and then had to put out a bunch of posts and public letters and stuff about how they're sorry about doing it because they were attacked by Antifa. Antifa cares a lot about magic stuff. Okay. But Julius Evola's magnum opus is a trilogy on magic. Right? It's Julius Evola and the UR group. The UR group, you can look it up. It was a magazine published by a fraternal order, a very old one, going as far back as Giordano Bruno. Giordano Bruno is the founder of Rosicrucians. Christian mystics. The Christian mysticism has taken forms in many, many, many different ways, and a lot of saints in the Catholic Church are mystics. I wrote our mutual friend Last Things because I did a show with him on the movie Constantine. And he kept on trying to reconcile basically what I'm saying with Christianity, which is not very difficult. It just takes a paradigm adjustment. Because when I tell you that all of these mystics, whether they're Sufi mystics, whether they're Taoist mystics, whether they're Vedic mystics, Egyptian or Greek mystics, and later Christian mystics, they are all describing the same things. And in fact, not only did these men never talk to each other and never communicate, they all live very ascetic lives, right? The Sufi Muslims in the 1300s were not like comparing notes with the Taoists, maybe 200 monks on top of a fucking mountain, literally, in China, probably not swapping a lot of notes, or reading Sanskrit and swapping notes with the Vedics, not happening. But yet, across culture and across time, which is how we prove things, like Pete was talking about, lack of a better term, demons. How they are all described, no matter where you look, throughout human history. And when you look, people are describing roughly the same thing. And how some people will take that as in like, oh man, there's all just one religion, bro. It's all this a unified thing. Like everyone's just all part of the same thing, man. That's not at all what's happening, right? I said that you're a sponge on the bottom of a fucking ocean, right? So just because various people at various places and times stuck their head underwater and talked a little bit about what the fucking ocean looks like doesn't mean that makes this a unified religion or whatever. People can be wrong, but still be right about a lot of things, right? Like describing what the bottom of the ocean looks like, what the topology looks like, right? What does the map look like? It doesn't mean there's like a universal thing. It just means that your reality is a lot more intricate than you originally thought it was, right? If all of the Sufi mystics and all of the Greek mystics, Vedics, and Taoists were all describing clouds, you wouldn't have an issue with that. Like, yeah, no shit. Clouds are everywhere. Everyone sees clouds. Clouds exist. Like, so what? They're describing clouds. And I would turn to you and say, they're describing clouds. You just don't see clouds because you're distracted, preoccupied. Right? So they are all just describing clouds. Doesn't mean there's some universal meteorology. It just means that at some point in time, each of these men saw a cloud and decided to write it down. They're not telling you how the weather works or anything like that. I'm sure they all do in their own ways, but they're not all correct. In fact, all of them except for one group is correct. Because back to that thing about content creators that you may or may not know, all describing to me the same thing about a certain type of not a dream that they had, and my personal experience, which was a lot more, well, there's been several, none of them fun, but they all started praying to Christ, and it ended. And mine wasn't me being asleep and then being awake and thinking I was asleep and then waking up in the morning going, wow, what a crazy dream I just had. Mine went on for months and months in my real life. And I tried everything. Believe me when I tell you, everything. Except for one thing. Right? I said that I was a Christian as a young lad, and then moved away from the church. Right? But then discovered, oh man, wow, mysticism seems to be a lot real. And God seems to be real. Right? But that doesn't make me much different than any of those fucking dumb cunts at Burning Man, like waving crystals around, does it? But I'm a Christian now, again, because what happened to me, what didn't happen when I was like in bed asleep, and then the thing came to me, right? Out of body experiences are something that may happen to some people accidentally and rarely. And usually it'll be confused with a dream. Right? It'll usually happen when they're kind of in that state of about to fall asleep or just waking up. But you don't have to be, and you can do it. And you can go all types of places and you can learn all types of things. But you're where they are. And everything up there, out there, whatever, hates you a lot. All of them. And they all lie. They all try and pretend to be something that they're not. And they're just long enough to get close to you. And when they see you or realize that you are seeing them, right? Like, remember, this is intention, right? My eyeballs are still closed on a couch meditating. I didn't go anywhere. My physical eyeballs didn't. So when I say like see, I mean intention. Intention operates the wheel. Like intention is what the machine runs on. Right? Intention is the currency of the realm, no matter however you apply it in every instance. But when you see them and they see you, you become very interesting to them. Since I know this is probably going to go on YouTube, I'll refrain how I normally describe this. All right, so imagine like you're looking at your backyard and all of a sudden a blade of grass says, hey, you. Hey, N-word. Hey, you. All of a sudden, that blade of grass is now the most interesting fucking thing in the entire world for you. You're going to want to know everything you can about that blade of grass. You're going to check on it every single day. You'll probably look at it all day. Like, whoa, this grass just called me a fucking, racial slur. It's interesting. And just like that, you are interesting to them now. And they want to hang out and torment you and try and make you do terrible things to yourself, mostly. And the only thing, like, I mean, when I mean everywhere, I mean everywhere. Every mirror I walk past, every darkened window, every shop window, every tinted car window that was reflective, Every place I could see my reflection, there it was, right behind me, just letting me know, hey, buddy, here I am. It's a very horrible, horrible image. And the only thing that worked, I tried, like I said, everything, was Christ. Because after a while, you're like, I'm going to either A, go insane, or B, kill myself. One of these two things is happening. Like, this cannot go on forever. So when you realize after a while of it hurting you that you can hurt it, it's a very empowering thing, and you keep doing it till it goes away and never comes back. And that's how I can definitively say that they only hate one thing. They're only scared of one thing. Only one thing hurts. You know, Taoists can say whatever they want. Right? Muslims can say whatever they want. Those Hindu freaks can say whatever the fuck they want. But only one thing hurts them, and that's Christ. So you can take that however you want. But knowing that has saved my ass many times. It's the most valuable piece of information you could possibly have. Because just knowing these things exist somehow puts you, if you're not already on the radar, just on the radar. Like, if you only know that 20% of the population has the ability to change reality. Actually, let me backtrack a little bit, because you're probably like, why the fuck would they give a shit about me? Consciousness, conscious or not conscious? Well, this is why. And this is probably one of the most well-documented experiments there is. At least that has to do with this. I guess gravity would be a more documented one, because every time you drop a ball, it falls down. So I guess that would be more, but this would be close. Right? So 70 different labs on 4 continents. Tons of peer-reviewed literature. So there is something called a quantum randomness generator. It's a QRG. It is the most scientifically accurate piece of machinery mankind has ever made. We use it to do stuff like time atomic clocks on our supercomputers. And it's pretty darn accurate. It's pretty important. Because randomness is a very difficult thing to do in absolutes. So if Pete were to say, hey, I'm going to flip a quarter, pick heads or tails, I'm going to pick tails every time. Because if I flip a quarter a million times, right, it's coming out 48% heads, 48 and some change, and 52% tails and some change. So that means there's a 2% higher likelihood that it's going to be tails. So even in flipping a quarter, you're not going to get randomness. And pretty much anything else in our world is very hard to get absolute randomness. The only time we see absolute randomness is in quantum particles. Right? They pop in and out of existence. They do all types of weird shit. But they do it randomly. Right? Absolute randomness at the fundamental base layer of our reality. So that's what the quantum randomness generator measures. And if you say, hey, I need a 50-50 probability distribution. I need a perfect binary, 0 or 1. It's going to spit you out 50-50 out to 27 decimal places. It'll be 50.0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 10 zeros. But it's really fucking accurate. So Dr. Dean Radin, who's probably one of the best, he was the guy that led, when I said that the Pentagon, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, right, tasked Stanford Research Institute with studying this thing called consciousness and where it comes from. The person that they went to was Dr. Dean Radin. Dr. Dean Radin was the director of the Stanford Research Institute for 30 years. Right? He's not a fucking slouch. And he was the guy that came up with this experiment. So you take a quantum randomness generator, it's about the size of a garbage disposal, right? You can fit it under your counter in your kitchen. You can also fit it underneath a desk. And really, if I stick it under a desk, it also looks a lot like a garbage disposal. You wouldn't even fucking notice it, especially if I put like a sheet over it or something like that. You're not even going to know it's there. So he would get postdoc students, which are basically slaves, and he would bring them in one at a time into a room. There's a lady in the clipboard at the door, and there was a timer for 60 seconds. And the lady with the clipboard said, pick a number, 0 or 1. Don't tell me. You could tell me, but whatever, just don't. And then go in there, whether it's 0 or whether it's 1. Go into that room, sit in that chair. Again, they don't know the quantum randomness generator is there, right? And visualize the number you pick. Either visualize the number 0 or the number 1 and hold that image in your head. Focus on that 0 or focus on that 1 for 60 seconds. And they did. One after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. And, well, turns out when you focus on the number 0 or the number 1, that 50-50 distribution is no longer 50-50. It's not, let's put it this way. If it was 49.999999999999999, right? That would be impossible. Everything we know about physics, quantum mechanics, like it or not, is the most accurate piece of physics we have because it itself is accurate to 27 decimal places. It's the most accurate thing we've got. And a 0.9999999 or 0.000000001, whatever, right? Let's say it's 10 zeros or 15 zeros and then the number 1, right? I've moved up 12 zeros, right? If I moved up 6 zeros, right? So I did 18 zeros and then 1. So 50.15 zeros and then number 1. Right? That would be a 6 sigma event. That would be, the chances of that happening are 1 in a trillion. Or sorry, 1 in 100 trillion. I can't remember which. It's late. So if it was a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a decimal place, it would be 1 in hundreds and hundreds of trillion. But it didn't move up a fraction of a decimal place, did it? No, it didn't. It moved up 1 whole percentage point, which is, well, it's fucking impossible, is what it is. Everything that we know about physics, every single thing we know about our reality says that that's impossible. And not only is it impossible, but it was done again and again and again and again and again, hundreds of times. Actually, in this particular study, thousands of times. And this study was replicated in 70 other laboratories on 4 different fucking continents. It exists. And what else is funnier is if you get 2 or 3 people in the room, let's say you get 3 people, and they all get together and they all pick a number ahead of time together. And they go in that room and they all focus on the same number. Let's say they all pick 1. And they're all focusing and imagining and visualizing the number 1. Well, you would imagine that that would be 53-47. Again, fucking impossible, but whatever. It isn't. It's like 56, 44. So that means it's more than the sum total of each individual. It's nonlinear, right? It's cumulative. Sorry, it's not cumulative, it's nonlinear, right? So when you see that happening, what that's actually measuring is the physical fabric of reality, right? Everything that you are, the chair you sit in, is made up of the same things that this thing is measuring, right? An atom is not very well described because an accurate description of an atom would be like a football stadium, right? And let's say I take a tennis ball and another tennis ball, and I put the two tennis balls in the center of the football stadium at the 50-yard line, right? And then the electrons that go around the outside, because atoms only made up of three things: protons, neutrons, electrons. The electrons that orbit it, they would be about the size of a Skittle, right? And not orbiting around the stadium, orbiting around the fucking parking lot, right? So 99.999% of atoms are empty space. There's no reason that Pete should not fall through his fucking chair right now and then fall through the floor beneath him and then fall through the earth and out the other end. Because there's nothing. There's almost entirely air. The only thing that makes his chair solid is the randomness of those electrons zipping around the parking lot, popping in and out of existence, right? Those electrons make that atom solid, even though the atom itself is not solid. There's nothing fucking solid about it. So the same thing that quantum randomness generator is measuring is the same thing that keeps Pete in his fucking chair. So when you say that these people, just regular people, tens of thousands of them, focusing on one thing or another thing, changes the behavior of those electrons, then you got a big fucking problem. Because what you're telling me is that what human beings focus on, what they direct their intention towards, fundamentally shifts the fabric of reality. What's happening, what can happen, right? So that was hard for me to swallow. Because so far, up until that point, I thought I pretty much had things mapped out. Like, okay, yes, world looks like a lot more like the Bible. I get it. But I wasn't supposed to have any say. You're not supposed to have any say. Well, because you don't. Individually, you don't. Some of you may have more than a say than others. But it's collectively. Right? So, what that tells you is that, like, when you see a church and you see a congregation in prayer, all focusing their intention on the same exact thing, right? How the devil would look at that is that's a weapon system. That is the other team's fucking guns that can do things, that can derail what I've got going on. But how do they have any say at all? They're just people, they're just souls. And the way it was explained to me, and I haven't had a better way of explaining it, so I just steal it. And the person who told it to me is dead, so I don't have to give him credit. But he asked me, he goes, Well, man was created in God's image, right? I said, yes, duh. I didn't say duh. I had a lot of respect for this man. But I said, yes. And he goes, well, how is God created you in his image? Does God have 2 legs and 2 arms and a nose and ears and mouth? And I said, no, he doesn't. He says, okay, well, how about the universe? God created the universe, right? And I said, yes. He goes, well, how did he create it? And he said, he spoke it into existence. And I said, really? How, if he doesn't have a mouth and doesn't have any ears and there was no one else to hear him, did he really speak it into existence with words? So I guess not. Well, what did he do then? Right? And I said, he willed it into existence. And he said, okay, well, if you're created in God's image, but he doesn't look like you, not shaped like you, what else do we know about God? Well, he willed things into existence. And the guy said, kinda, yeah, he created. He created the world around him. And he's like, do you think that man, when we say is created in God's image, do you think he's saying that we have a little bit of that? Not maybe individually enough to where it would matter, but that we have the ability to create our environment around us. I said, I don't know. And he goes, well, we're the only animal that does it any other way, right? Whether you create the way God creates or just creates, period. We're the only thing on the earth that shapes its environment to its will, right? If you want a clean backyard, you can either, pray to God that it'll be clean. If you get a whole bunch of people together and they all really want your yard to be clean, they all focus their intention on it and pray on it. They invite him into the equation, then it'll get clean. If you believe it and if they believe it. If they believe in God and they ask it to be done through God, it'll be done. Or the other way you could do it is you could get your ass up and stop being lazy and rake your leaves and clean your backyard. Either way, whether you do it the first way or the second way, we are the only creature on the planet that does it. And this is when I see destruction, Pete. I see Satan. I see evil everywhere. And you asked why, some people see it and other people don't see it. I think everybody sees it. Because, the guys that are on our side, right, the ones that will tell us every day that, they're materialists or they don't, they're not religious or whatever, I think they see what we see. I think they do. But if you admit that you see it to yourself, then you have to choose, right? Because if I admit that I see, when I see destruction and chaos, that's being deliberately created on purpose, or the inversion of God's order, turning. There's lots of ways that we see inversion today. I don't need to list them for everybody. Everybody knows. But other people see it too. But if they admit that they see it, then they have to choose. Right? Because if I admit that I see evil, like real evil on the spiritual sense, evil, then that means if that exists, then its opposite exists. And if its opposite exists, that means God exists. And if God exists, then he expects something from me. He's told me directly that he does. And that means that I then don't get to have just a life that I wanted. I have a different life now. Right? Because before I saw this, and before I admitted that I saw it, the only thing I focused on or could focus on was me, right? Like, what is the average person? If I say, like, hey man, what do you want to do with your life? A regular person will say, oh, I want to get this and I want to get that, and then I want to have these things, whether that be a family or whatever. I want to have a nice wife and kids and a nice house. You always hear the word like I a bunch and then have a bunch. But if you see evil and you admit that you see evil, well, that shit goes out the window, doesn't it? Because now I know that God exists and he knows that I know, and he knows that I know that I see evil. Now I don't get to just focus on whatever I want to do, right? All the I want to have, I'm going to have this or this, because God is quite clear about what we're supposed to do if we see evil. Because to abide evil, he tells us directly, is to do evil. To see evil and say nothing and do nothing is evil. But if I don't admit that I see evil, that what I'm seeing is evil, it's just politics, I'm sorry, but carving the genitals off of
Yeah.
That's not politics, is it? Destroying churches isn't politics.
People definitely go spend a lot more effort and energy rationalizing away evil than it would be to just accept it.
What happens if you accept it?
Well, you're not the same anymore.
No, you have that duty thing.
People are afraid of change. Yeah,
well,
duty.
It's accountability. Because you're going to die. It's going to happen. And God's going to be like, yeah, what the fuck? What did you do? Like, you saw evil and you cared about the stuff you want. I don't know what your experience is with people. Because of your platform, you get communications from all types of people. Like, I'm constantly amazed. Pete's listenership is vast. He's got informants everywhere.
Yeah, it's pretty wild when people contact me and go, this person, or somebody will be like, I was at this party or a get together, and I'm listening to people have a conversation, and it was a conversation you had on an episode. Is like almost the exact same conversation that you had on an episode a week before. And they're like, there's no way They're like, there's no way that it wasn't lifted from your show. And then they'll tell me who's having this conversation. I'm like, oh fuck. That
Yeah.
that means I have a responsibility in the things that come out of my mouth now.
Yeah. Fucking Mark Andreessen's posting about the golden age and tariffs and how that funded the government.
Did a long Thomas Carlyle post yesterday, or was it this
Yeah.
morning?
Yeah. It's funny because the only other time I've heard anybody talk about like tariffs and how it used to fund the other, like the government or whatever, and how that actually it was actually the tariff policy that brought about the golden age, was when you and I talked about it.
Well, Mark, if
Uh,
you're listening, keep up the good work.
Keep up the good work, man. And you want to know what? If he's listening, that tells us a lot about the caliber of listener that you have. And I think the big point it also says is that another thing I see going around is that what we do and what we think in our little sphere doesn't matter. Well, how come everybody that happens to listen to you or dumb enough to listen to me all feels that type of way that you and I were describing when we started this? That things matter now in a way that they can't describe. Like the same way if you or I were to ask a woman, what is wrong? And she's going to tell you, I can't explain it. I can't put it into words. I just have a really bad feeling. Right? And if I were to ask you or any of our friends, like, okay, because the very first thing I asked you was like, do you feel like, anyways, we covered that. But
Let's
what
do
is that
this.
feeling?
We we have this conversation is going to be ongoing, and
Oh yeah, shit.
we're over 2 hours right
Damn
now.
it.
It's actually New Year's Eve, and
Yes.
and yeah, we can pick this up, and we'll pick it up soon. We'll make this a series just like the other one, where we'll just continue to bring topics to this and
Yeah, there's so much.
start the conversation and see where it goes.
Yeah,
And
because I
also
mean,
let's wait for some feedback too, because that can dictate a lot of what may people may want to hear.
yes, I know there was a lot of attention about the gate program that was going on around our spheres. So yes,
Hmm.
so hopefully listeners, tell Pete what you think, and if there's any specific thing that you want us to touch on, because I mean, Pete and I privately have had a lot of conversations about this type of stuff. Probably it represents, I'd say, like a large majority about what we actually talk about, because
Yeah, we
it's
talk,
what
like
actually
how often
matters.
do we talk about politics?
Very rarely in comparison to other things. But this stuff, I guess what I'd say is like this same reason I'm doing this on New Year's. I don't go out and party much. Like New Year's
One of
has
the
always
things,
been like a time for me for like to reflect, like to take really,
yeah,
really seriously where I'm at.
yeah, me and Kelly are going to sit at home and just welcome in the new year, and then go to bed and wake up tomorrow and right back at it. But one thing that I do want to cover the next time is maybe we'll talk a little bit about a movie that got panned by a lot of people, called Padre Pio. And anyone who knows about Padre Pio, um, well, Shia LaBeouf plays him in the movie, and Shia LaBeouf came out of that movie, went into that movie as a God, yeah, good idea. He came out as a Latin Mass Catholic.
No way. Are you serious?
Yeah, he
I haven't
played
had a
Padre
fucking TV
Pio.
in like a decade, so I don't, I
Yep.
don't, I don't know any of this stuff. Are you
Yeah,
so Shia LaBeouf?
yeah.
Isn't he like a
He was in
like?
Transformers movies, and yeah,
Yeah, but isn't he? You know, he's an actor. Is he Jewish?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't. I haven't looked that up to see if.
Well, because if so, then he's. I hope he's not. Not for any cynical reason, but I've listened to some of your previous guests. Like, is it Hunger? I can't
Yes, Hunger.
remember
Yeah,
which. The ostracization um,
yeah. He
that
he had a
happened to
Jewish
him.
mother and a Cajun father who was Christian.
Yeah, I've heard from other people that were also raised Jewish that found Christ. A lot of unpleasant like familial stuff happens, right? They basically you're kicked out of the family, or
Hmm.
in the nicest way possible. So I hope that's not the case because that's really
Oh,
traumatizing.
that was Philos talked about how he found Christ when he was living in Israel, and was basically told, yeah, you can't be here anymore.
Oh God, I hope that's not the case. But
Yeah, he's
real quick,
Shia LaBeouf said he was raised around both sides. He was baptized and bar mitzvahed. Um, One of the camps he attended was Christian, and then after doing this movie, he embraced the Catholic faith.
probably the last movie he's ever gonna do.
I think he's got a couple other things coming out, but we'll see exactly what direction he goes in.
He's big enough to produce them himself. Like, look at nobody wanted to fund The Passion, and I believe The Passion was one of the highest grossing films of all time.
Yeah, made Mel Gibson like $1 billion just because he decided he was going to finance it himself and do it himself. So
Oh,
yeah,
real quick before I go, these are the list
sure.
of Catholic mystics. You have Meister Eckhart, who's the greatest. He's the goat.
Yeah.
But you have Saint Gregory of Nyssa. He's the father of Christian mysticism in the fourth century. He's one of the few saints that are revered by both the Orthodox and the Catholic Church. Padre Pio, right? The ecstatic mystic who, like Saint John of the Cross and Saint Francis, an ecstatic mystic is a certain type. That's so fun. I need to look into Padre Pio now more.
When
Saint Ignatius. Go on,
Yeah,
please.
Padre Pio
Please.
used to say when Padre Pio needed to pray, he would say, "Bring me my weapon." That meant, "Bring me my rosary."
Amazing. This seems to also be a theme, by the way, Pete. Um, so you also have Saint Ignatius of Loyola.
Hmm.
He was an intense mystic, and he had a mystical experience on the battlefield. I believe he lost a limb and was not able to fight anymore. But he became the founder of the Jesuit order. And I mean, yes, the Jesuits have gotten very far off the path, but in the early church, they were like the Navy SEALs. Like every single one of them, like when they were going off to do missionary work, they full on expected to die. Being a Jesuit would probably be about like in the Middle Ages, being a Jesuit is probably about the most dangerous job you could fucking have. Saint Joseph of Cupertino, Saint John of the Cross, Saint Francis of Assisi, known as the nature mystic. Everybody should look into why. Saint Teresa of Avila, a prolific writer, and both a ton of her own documentation and third-party documentation. Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, everybody should recognize that name, especially you Swiss. Saint John of Cupertino. This is another one that's extremely documented, both by the papacy at the time and 4 or 5 separate kings, three of which converted to Christianity. Sorry, converted to Catholicism after their experience with Joseph of Cupertino, because what he's known for is his extreme levitation and bilocation. Saint Joseph could, when I say extreme levitation, that would be an understatement. And bilocation means exactly what you fucking think it means. And there is an immense amount of documentation on Joseph of Cupertino, St. Joseph of Cupertino. So it's not foreign, right? Mysticism was a big part of the church, but for some reason was kind of erased. Christians used to have the prayer of quiet, which, if you know anything about like what they called the prayer of quiet, is functions and off. It's almost identical to like what Zen Buddhists would describe or practice as transcendental meditation. So, like, come the beginning of the early the early 1900s and late 1800s, it basically got from both Protestant and predominantly Catholic text. The prayer of quiet and Christian mysticism was basically erased from the conversation entirely. But again, same reason why you would want to know what percentage of your population is gifted in that particular capacity, because they could potentially be a threat. Same reason why Neil deGrasse Tyson is on TV trying to convince you you're a biological robot in a meaningless universe. Right? This shit matters. What you focus your intention on matters. Right? Like what you spend your time thinking on, right? Where you shift your focus matters. Right? It's not that movies are predictive programming. That's a perpetual conspiratorial thing. Like, oh, they have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. And so that's why they make movies. Like, no, dummy. No. They can't do it by themselves. The reason that they show it to you in movies isn't because they're going to do it. It's because they need you to do it. Right? It's not predictive programming. They're not telling you what's going to happen. They are painting an image for you, because your brain, with movies, when it logs memories of movies, it logs them the same as if it puts them in the same place as memories of things that actually happened to you. Right? Your brain, in the moment, your brain is inability to distinguish it from reality. So when they are showing you these things, they are basically directing hundreds of millions of people's attention on something. And it's not that it was always going to happen. They just needed to let you know, which is fucking idiotic. It's that it probably wasn't going to happen without your help. So be careful what you focus your mind on. Think about it consciously. And one last thing I'll say, and I know it's getting late, but a lot of you have wives or girlfriends. So the reason I wanted to say this in the first episode instead of wait for the second episode is because it's important, and it'll probably make the woman that you love a happier person, because she probably carries a lot of guilt that you don't know about for not her fault. And I think, Pete, you and I talked about this briefly when we first started talking. But women are kind of half in, half out of our world. Right? Like this other place, the spirit place or whatever, it's not a separate place. As above, so below does not mean what you think it means. It would be more accurately described in today's parlance as above is below. Below is above. It's the same place. Right? Like in Constantine, when he has to go to hell to go like find stuff or whatever, if you notice, basically he's in the same place. Right? It's just a layer of like his reality. Right? So hell is where he is. just like somebody kind of like peeled away the layer. Like it exists in the same place he exists. He just doesn't see it. Right? So women are vessels spiritually and physically, right? They don't, in the Hermetic sense, they're described as of the waters, right? So the reason that women have intuition, right, and the reason they're able to know things better than men are, we're good at the will part. Think back to what I said about will, right, and God, right? They're better at the knowing part. So it's because they're half in that water, that like river. So they're really susceptible to outside forces, invaders, like to what Pete was describing. And if you ask your girl and you say it in a very, you make her feel extremely safe and accepted, because she's not going to want to tell you these things. And you don't want to ask her what the things are specifically, because she'll be too embarrassed and ashamed to tell you. But what psychologists I say jokingly because it's kind of a fucking sick joke, but what they call intrusive thoughts, women get all the time, literally all the time. And they're horrible thoughts. If a woman is a mother, let's just say the thoughts that she gets just randomly just pop into her head that she can't shake. They're really, really horrible thoughts. For some reason, when a woman becomes a mother, they ramp up. But so ask her if she has this, and she'll be embarrassed to tell you, and just make her feel extremely comfortable and accepted, and, not judged negatively, because women carry around a ton of guilt for thoughts that aren't theirs. And I mean that literally. So what you tell her, you don't have to ask her what specific thoughts are, because by this point you'll already notice what I'm talking about, that she is very ashamed. And what you do is you say, all right, well, next time you get one of these, I want you to call it out as foreign. You don't have to shout it out loud, but just in your head, say, this isn't mine. Whose thought is this? Where is it coming from? This isn't my thought. And the second she identifies it as foreign, it's gone. And it'll never come back. A different thought may come back, but she can banish that one just as fast as she banished the other one the second she admits, or the second she calls it out as not from her, not hers. It goes away immediately. And that's because it's not from her. It's not hers. This is why I say intrusive thoughts kind of like a fucking joke, right? Because what the psychiatrist can't tell you is where that thought is intruding from. And dear listener, if you've made it this far, I'm sure you have an idea. So just have that conversation with your chick. You'll probably take a huge load off of her shoulders, because she guarantees she carries around a large measure of guilt for some of the things that pops into her head. It may not be every day, it may not be every week, but she'll know what the fuck you're talking about. And she'll probably get really embarrassed and a little defensive. So, sorry to extend another 5-10 minutes. It's already been very late. But have that conversation, see how it goes, and alleviate a small bit of pain. She'll probably be really thankful that you did.
Yeah, that's good stuff. That's good advice.
All right, cool. Well, that also is a good way to end it.
What? Yeah, perfect way to end it. All right.
Till
Yeah.
next time.
Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year to everyone listening. And we'll be back for part two real soon. I'm looking forward to it
Awesome, man. Have a good evening.
too. All right, part two. Been a while, man. Haven't talked to you. How are you doing?
Doing well, doing well. Happy to be back.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
we had some feed, some positive reactions from our first one, which was very encouraging.
Yeah. I mean, there were some people who were sniping, but I mean, you can't please all the faggots all the time, you know.
No, too many faggots.
Yeah. So, well, what were we talking about right before we started? We were talking about
Oh,
evil, how
the
evil
game
presents
theory of
itself.
evil.
Yeah, go
Yes.
ahead.
So, like at the core of evil, I if you're Satan, you can't attack God, so you have to attack creation. What is creation? Right? His logos, or reality. Right? You basically have to attack nature. Right? I guess you could say attack truth, but really truth is difficult to attack without jump off points. So evil is going to have to function off of natural truths and then invert those truths, right? Inverting is perverting, really. So if you have to function, right, you basically have to lie, right? You can at the core of any of the ways that we see it manifesting in society, at its base layer is a lie. It could be a little lie, or it could be a big lie. It doesn't matter. But because it's a lie, it metastasizes very fast. That whole that old saying that a lie will make it around the world before the truth gets its pants on. There's a lot of truth to that because a lie is fit for purpose, where reality is not. Reality's purpose is to, like nature's purpose is to exist, right?
But
It's a constant.
reality's purpose is to be a grounding stone. Like
Hmm.
truth is meant to be a grounding stone. A lie
Hmm.
is meant to be chaos, and truth is stuck in one place. Chaos goes everywhere.
Yeah,
Lies go
but I mean,
everywhere.
like, when someone lies, they usually have an objective, right? So therefore, the lie is tailor fit to a particular facet of the agenda. And I mean, this is also why God warns us so much about pride, because it's not his least favorite sin. That's not why he's warning us. He says very clearly that I don't make these laws for my benefit, they're for yours, right? So it's not like us, you know, the Ten Commandments, or I mean, I hate to break it down as kind of obtusely as that, but none of those things on that list, including the worshiping of other gods, is for God's benefit, right? They're for ours. But with lies, they spread rapidly because they're fit for purpose, right? As in, like, they have an agenda, and they kind of fit like a lock and key inside somebody's head. Like if I want to take something from you, or I want to convince you to hurt yourself or whatever, no matter what it is, it's going to be against nature. It's going to be against your nature, or, you know, truth. The terms are almost interchangeable, really. So I'm going to tailor it for my audience, which means it's going to spread rapidly because it's made just for them. But when something spreads rapidly, inherently it undergoes problems of scale, right? So if a lie spreads very, very fast, right, you would think that that would be good for the lie's sake anyways. Look at how many people it's, let's say, infecting, for lack of a better term, right? But what is actually happening is it's increasing exponentially the amount of areas that it needs to defend. Right? The farther and farther a lie spreads, the more and more area it has to defend against. Right? So it actually becomes weaker at scale. And it knows this, right? Inherently, the liar knows that he is lying, even though everybody else doesn't. There's a built-in paranoia to a lie, right? There's an inborn paranoia to evil. It's very feminine in its nature. I don't mean that negatively, for ladies. I don't mean it like that. I mean it overreacts. It is the same way a guilty person always goes over the top in their defense, like before you even ask, right? So not only does it need to defend itself, even when it might necessarily be strategically disadvantageous to do so, but really, it can't defend itself. So what it seeks to do is tie itself into everything else. It thinks it's building up support, but it's actually not, right? So like the same lie will weave itself through institutions, right? It'll weave itself through the church. It'll weave itself into, or try and weave itself into your day-to-day life. It thinks that the more it can anchor itself to, the safer it is. But it's exactly the opposite of that, right? Because if you tie yourself to everything, a loss in any front is a loss on all fronts. So as a lie spreads, as evil spreads, it gets weaker it doesn't get weaker, it gets more vulnerable at scale, right? So that means you don't really have to tell the truth in all places. You only need to tell the truth in one place. And it's undone in all places, right? A loss in the church is a loss in the political. A loss in the political is a loss in the church, is a loss in academia, is a loss in your workplace. Because it has to spread everywhere, it is weak everywhere. Which is why it's always undone by the most unlikely of servants, the most simple of people.
Well,
Because
what we're talking about is if a lie can spread around the world and it spreads out really fast.
Mm-hmm.
What you do to combat that is you have to make the world smaller,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what the internet and that's what social media has done, because they just can't lie anymore. As soon as
There's
they
too much
lie,
area to defend.
yeah, as soon as they lie, somebody's all over it. Somebody's investigating it, and which is why one of the things we learned from anyone who's ever read, actually sat down and read, not looked on Wikipedia. It's actually read firsthand. Joseph Goebbels knows that he never told a lie. Everything he said was true. It was just he chose exactly what he needed to say. When the book Germany Must Perish came out, I mean, I think he was the one who said, "This is the greatest gift they could give us. We don't even need to. We don't need to construct anything. All we need to do is show it to the German people." And I mean, and now when you have when they lie about something, I forget what was. I'm trying to think of one, but there are numerous especially in the last, I would say, 10 years, where they came out with a lie and immediately the autists just jumped right on it, and it was boom. It was just, the lie was destroyed, was uncovered within a matter of hours in most cases.
Yeah, that really is reminiscent of how 2024 played out. Like for the very first time, it actually seemed like they were on the back foot. But
That
I I don't think people have an understanding of like kind of how this what they're up against, I guess, and what tools they have at their disposal. Um, there is a documentary. It was made in the 70s. I have to track it down for how often I use it as a reference point, but it really shook me. It's one of those images that stays with you for forever that you like wish you could unsee, right? And it's BBC, which is funny considering, knowing that the British intelligence had such a big role in the Iranian Revolution. It's kind of funny to see BBC on the ground shortly after the revolution. This is like 5 or 8 years after. And they're walking on the street, and there's this woman, this old woman, who is just ecstatic, just happiest old lady in the world. And they ask the translator, and the translator asks the old lady, like, what are you so happy from? Because there was like a bunch of people coming down the street. Like, is this, are you guys coming from a celebration? And she goes, no, we're coming from a hanging. My sons were distributing counter-revolutionary propaganda, and I turned them into the Revolutionary Guard, and they were hung. And she's ecstatic. And by this point in time, two other old ladies are next to her, and they're equally as ecstatic. I didn't realize it at first. And she is like jabbering on, and the translator's trying to keep up. And she's basically saying that the other two women had turned in their sons as well, and they were also hanged. And at that point, I kind of like stopped listening, because that's when I noticed that I was basically watching the same facial expressions in perfect, just synchronized perfectly, happening across all three women at the same time. Like the same eyebrow raises, the same smiles, the same head turns, all at the exact same time. It was like the nonverbal communication version of a choir. It was the same voice. And I rewound it and I put it on mute. And it's basically like I'm watching the same voice coming out of three different women simultaneously. And the only other time I saw that again was in a video that somebody had shared on X. I think it was like 2022 or 2023. It was when like the trannies were really, when they would still put boots on the ground, like when they would counter protest and protest. And there's this one regular woman, and she's being screamed at by four grotesque monsters. And I saw it again. And I think I shared it with a couple people in group chats. So if you're listening and you remember, I'm sorry I did that to you. I made you watch it. But you're basically watching the same voice be spoken through many mouths simultaneously. And I think that movies like The Exorcist and movies like Poltergeist or whatever do a great disservice to people trying to understand really how this shit works. Because I think we established in the last episode, I don't know if I touched on demons at all and how they operate, but they exist outside of time and space. So it is as easy for a demon to be in one place as it is for him to be in 100 or 1,000 or 1,000,000. if you're outside of time and space, future, past, present, it's all just one mushy thing. And being here or there doesn't really matter to you at all. It is, like I said, as easy to be in all of these places simultaneously. So we think of demonic possession as a one-to-one relationship, and that could not be further from the truth. It is the exact opposite of a one-to-one relationship. Right? The same demon will possess hundreds of people, thousands of people simultaneously. And there's a funny thing about I don't know anything about Warhammer 40K except for like what I've overheard in group chats. It missed me. I never got into it. But I had a couple Anons over my house once. It was like a book signing nearby, and a bunch of guys were going, and they asked if I was going. I was like, no, I didn't hear about it. And they're like, oh, well, it's near you. You should go. And so a bunch of them flew in. They were all in like their hotel rooms. I'm like, you guys are being stupid. Just come hang out, and then we'll all go over together. So when everybody's in my living room, one of them started explaining to me how these trans people were basically like this monster in Warhammer 40K. And I asked him what he meant, and he said, I can't remember what he said. Nurgle was the character, and I remember saying, like, "Excuse me, what did you just say?" And he's like, "Oh no, it's a character in 40K." And I was like, "No, it's not. It's not a character in 40K at all." And he's like, "No, yes, it is." He's very adamant about it. I went into my library and grabbed a book off the shelf and came back and opened it up. And I was like, no, it's not. The name that you just said and what you are describing is a 6,000-year-old Sumerian demon called Nurgle, right? That is hermaphroditic and has a penchant for castration. That's what you're describing to me. And like the room kind of went quiet. And I was like, all right, well, so either that is a coincidence, a crazy coincidence, or the guys at Warhammer know a lot more about the stuff that I know about than they may have let on. So I had them all give me the lore. And one of them showed me, I'm going to use it as a jump off point because whether intentional or not, it does a great job of describing things that are otherwise very difficult to describe. One of them shared a YouTube video with me when he tried to describe the warp. I guess there's this place called the warp, and as he was describing it to me, I was like, just stop right there. What you're basically describing to me is probably one of the best analogies I've ever heard for what it means when someone like me will say, as above, so below. Right? And it's basically like, oh, well, all of these good energies or these good feelings will be in, go in the warp. And, after enough of them, they start to accumulate. And then that turns into a consciousness when it gets big, and it just kind of pops into real life. I'm like, what you've just described is an egregore. That's exactly what an egregore is. So Warhammer 40K, there's a lot of truth to it. And I think that's why people so instinctively go and pull from it, because it does fit our reality more than I think any of them really know. And I don't know much about the creators of it, but apparently they're well versed in some of the very hard to find and very strange stuff that I am into. Because it's just, there's too many coincidences. So a lot of the ways that these things function are very similar, right? As in, like, they don't, a good way of describing a demon or how evil works like that is to describe them more like armies, because that's really what they are. Like, very rarely will it just be a person. And they're not exactly stupid either. They don't see very good. They do smell really good, as in, like, they have a good sense of smell for some reason. But they don't see great. And they try and work smart and not hard. So it's not a coincidence that all of the people in power are evil. If you're evil, if you are a demon, if you're Satan himself, you don't want to possess janitors. You don't care. Your goal is to destroy creation. Right? So you could have 1,000,000 janitors and not get yourself any further to that goal. But you get 20 politicians, and now you're starting to get somewhere. Power is like, demon bait. It really is.
Is that would seem to lend itself to the theory that they're just basically empty vessels. And
Mm-hmm.
if you are in a position where you are really not supposed to hold any kind of ideology and you're just there for power, that pretty much opens yourself up.
This was said. God does not warn us about pride the most because it's his least favorite sin. He warns us about it the most because it's Satan's favorite sin. It's the easiest door to get into the house. It's practically unlocked. Because the second you start, let's say you just chalk up a couple victories, whatever they are, whatever you're doing, right? It won't be long before you think that you are doing them, and those are your victories, and you're responsible for them. And that will make you think about the thoughts you have in a much different way, because all of a sudden, you're the shit. Everything you think of is the greatest. Now you're paying a lot more attention to that little voice in your head, aren't you? And that's where he gets you every time. Because not all those voices in your head are your own. You have no way of distinguishing. Pride is the easiest. It's the easiest way. You will basically throw open your front door just being really into yourself, or really, high on a series of victories, or your intellectual prowess in whatever it is. If there's one thing that I would urge people to police the most and recognize when they're doing it, is pride. Pride is the easiest. All the others are situational. But it's pride that gets you. Because you can't distinguish what's you and what's not. So a lot of people, they they find it very hard to believe that they're not just dealing with bad people or confused people, right? Or, you know, people that don't understand the consequences of their actions. And this is a question I got from a specific person. Last things, if you're listening, I told you I wouldn't forget. But people have a hard time grappling with this because they see it as a whole bunch of discrete actors making individual discrete decisions, right? I believe like the source of the question was in regards to like Jewish power, and how come each seemingly autonomous individual atomized unit seems to break whatever it is that he touches. And he was saying, he's like, there's no way that, you know, that can be like an organized thing. It just has to be like something in their nature that causes them to do this, and they're all just running on the same code. And all of these things are just disorganized, decentralized disaster. And the way I want to explain it is that even though you see a bunch of discrete actors on the game board, each being discretely bad, right, you're going to come to a problem when you start seeing these meta consequences occur, right? Like there's no secret, and this is the problem a lot of people have with just this power structure in general. Is there a secret meeting of all the academicians in the United States where they all get together and decide to subvert nature in a specific way? We would hear about those meetings for sure. Some would get out. And how come what they're doing just happens to line up with all the things the doctors are doing? Getting kids to castrate themselves. Did all the psychologists and therapists get a meeting too? Do they coordinate with that other meeting of all the academics? Is there, you know, a quarterly journal that goes around to make sure everybody can stay on the same page? And how come everybody in Hollywood is also independently working towards the same goal? Right? He couldn't understand it, except for like, this is just a fractal structure based on very simple broken code. And it's not, right? Just because you see a bunch of discrete actors making individual decisions, that's just what you see. It's what you don't see that matters. What a much more cohesive way of looking at it, and frankly, a lot more logical, is that you're seeing a bunch of independent, discrete actors acting under the influence of a singular, unified consciousness. That's what you're seeing. And this consciousness, by its very definition, is outside of space and time. And that gets you back to that the past, the present, and the future is all just one mushy mess. to him. So he already knows what the long-term ramifications of each one of his actions are, because it's as easy to examine the past and the present as it is to see these things in the future, which is the only way you would be able to do such a thing. Because if you also notice that all of these unconnected, independent, we'll call them bad things initiatives, all seem to converge, right? Almost like they hit a critical mass to the point where by the time you realize that it's already too late, because it is everywhere all at once. Right? It is impossible for us to see things outside of a human being's timescale, the timescale of our life. And we can't imagine anybody else being able to either. Right? It's the same reason it drives me nuts when people say, like, oh, well, how come God lets bad things happen to good people? Well, to you, that may be how it looks, but you don't see the thousands of consequences that come from that, and what those consequences look like 100, 200 years in the future. Right? You're only seeing the bad thing that happens in front of you now. And that's why a lot of the things, I mean, it's like the number one Reddit atheist argument. It's like, why does God make a school bus full of nuns or orphans, whatever, crash over the side of a bridge? Right? It's their inability to see things outside of their own life, or outside of the consequences that are directly, what do we say all the time? Second and third order consequences. Now do second and third order consequences throughout time, right? What's just a village, God doesn't see as just a village, right? He already can see the cathedrals that are going to go there. He already sees the city it's becoming or going to become. He sees the end. And so does Satan. And we need to understand that such a consciousness exists. And a lot of people have a hard time with that, because just something that wants to destroy creation is hard for us to wrap our brains around, right? Like, it would be like a bank robber that doesn't actually rob the bank. He just lights all the money in the safe on fire, right? To us, it's hard to understand, like, why would he be doing that? He's already done all the effort of doing a robbery. Why would he possibly just wreck everything? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to destroy the world? Like, you have to live here. Like, no, he doesn't. And I've had a hard time explaining this to Zoomers, except for I came across a book, and it's like a kind of popular sci-fi book. It's called The Three-Body Problem. And really the only useful tidbit I pulled out of it, I'm not a huge science fiction guy. Well, I am, but not that kind. Is that there is this alien race on a planet several thousand light years away. And it has recognized humanity and is mobilizing to destroy it. So what it does is it sends this quantum force, this invisible force, ahead of it instantaneously, right? And what this does is it acts on everyone in the world subconsciously, right? Makes them unable to progress civilization. It makes them do extremely self-destructive behaviors, nihilistic behaviors. And it basically freezes humanity's progress during that period of time that they are traversing the stars to come and destroy us. Because that's a long period of time, right? Like, you may be able to beat humanity up now, but by the time you get here, you may have a fucking problem. So the way it goes about doing that is it acts on everybody invisibly, psychologically, mentally, and has humanity adopt or think that they came up with, whichever, extremely self-destructive ideologies and behaviors that basically neuters the civilization's advancement. It begins to eat itself. And when I was describing that to someone, at the end of it, I was like, now you understand how Satan works. Right? You can't imagine, a conscious entity destroying everything, because what would be left? Nothing. What did you win? What did you get? They have a hard time wrapping their brain around it. Like that's the point. There's nothing left for anyone. You took God's most prized possession and you smashed it. But when you frame it in the terms of an alien civilization, people are able to understand it. Because that's exactly what Satan does. That's exactly how he operates. That's exactly how demons work.
I think it's easier for people to believe that, oh, they all just go to the same schools. They all just go to the same synagogues. That's where they're getting this from. It's that logically that makes no sense. You can see
100%.
you can look at homogenous societies that teach all the same thing, that have the same curriculum, and people believe different things. So how does that happen? How do you have a homogenous society that just all of a sudden one day decides that they're going to destroy it? That a mass of people, that the people in power, they just one day all go, oh, I mean, it's, a lot of it has to do with greed. When you reading 200 Years Together with Dr. Johnson, you start to realize that, well, yeah, I mean, these are Jews who are doing this, who are collectively, in many cases, especially the leadership, are targeting Christian groups and the indigenous groups to enslave them, and whether it be with usury, whether it be with alcohol, whether it be with whatever it is. And you realize it's like, well, wait a minute. How'd they get there? How are they allowed to do? Who's allowing them to do this? And it's like, oh, they were invited in. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand is they think that, oh, this just happens because these entities are so much stronger than us. No, they're invited in. They're invited in by greed, and they're invited in by something we already mentioned, pride.
Mm-hmm.
And people with pride. Okay, so there's a group of people who have members of it who historically have subverted pretty much every culture they've gone into. How'd they get there? How have they been able to, how have so many of them bought into the same, even if they're not trying to all subvert the same exact way, they're all subverting. Not all of them, of course, but all of the subverters are subverting. The ones in the group are subverting. How does that happen? What evolution? That's what they're taught? No, I mean, Solzhenitsyn clearly shows that the average Jew was being, a poor Jew was being victimized just as much as a Christian was in many cases in Russia, in Poland, in White Russia. Well,
Who are they being
okay,
victimized by?
Well, that's the question. That's the question, and that's when you have to you have to at least consider when E. Michael Jones says that this started at the foot of the cross.
Yes.
With a rejection of Logos. Well, when you reject Logos, you open yourself up. You become an open vessel because now you don't have the truth. And anything
Bingo.
can come in.
That's what he didn't really tie together. He came so close, but for a spiritual guy, I'm surprised he missed it, because that's exactly the case. If you have no anchor, and really, when I said like who specifically is doing the subverting, right? Who is this? I think it was Israel Toaf's book, History of the Jewish People. That's extremely sad. All right, when you read it, it kind of takes you aback by learning the things that they would do to their own people. And it wasn't just like whoever had more power at the time or whatever that did it. It was strictly the priestly caste, or at that point in time, the Talmudic class, right? The rabbinical class that did it. They effectively, I don't know how else to describe it, but they ruled these communities with a barbarism that we would find, I don't know, in some demon-possessed tribe in the middle of Africa. I mean, if you talk to any of the African Christians, they will tell you. I mean, DE tells a really good story about his conversation with African Christians, and they're very frank about it. There is a lot of demons in Africa. Like, I believe he says that they are like flies on horses. There's so many of them. And the type of barbarism that we would see in these tribes, we would see in the shtetls, right? The crime or the punishment for trying to read or learn another language was being boiled to death. Like, this is what they were doing to their own people. And there is a video. It's on Twitter. I was trying to find it. I'll have to attach it in the show notes. But what it is it's about 8 minutes long. It's this rabbi explaining the special relationship that educated theological Jews have with demons, and how it's different than a relationship than any person that's not Jewish has with them, and how, they give them special powers, and they can come into them at any time. It's really kind of wild. I almost wish I was able to pull it up and I could let Pete play it, because it's worth listening to a little bit of. It really is that good. Maybe if you can throw it in there in the edits, or maybe in the intro, whatever. But I don't have to go to the rabbi telling me. I could just go to Lex Wexner's 1989 interview with the New York Times, where he tells them all about the little demon that lives inside of his head that tells him what to do, and how it's the demon that makes him make such keen business choices. And the demon tells him to do all types of stuff that benefit him. And he has long dialogues with this demon. What's his name? Adelson. There's an interview with him saying an almost identical thing. And you can actually look up all types of interesting people, all generally of a certain type of people, but that at some point in time will tell you all about the little demon that lives inside their brain. So either it's just the schools, as Pete was saying, or it's just, an ideology or the way that they were raised. No, listen to them when they tell you. Right? What's his name? Damn, I wish I knew we were going to get on this topic, because I have a whole bunch of little interesting quotes. But some of them were brave enough to flat out tell you the difference between the God that Talmudic Jews or Kabbalistic Jews worship, and how that's different from the God that you think that they worship. He's a different guy. They know he's a different guy. And they think it's hilarious that you don't. It's a unified consciousness outside of time and space, whispering into the ears of millions of individual, decentralized people across the planet. That's what it is. And it's much harder. I should go into this a little bit more, but let's. I can wrap with that, because it is a bit of a white pill at the end. Because I mean, this is all very, very black pilling, and I don't mean it to be. But I know that there was some other feedback we should probably touch on, because I want to make sure everybody gets there. We can just touch on some of the questions and comments people had.
Well, did you specifically address the how evil and how lies spread, and relate that specifically to how the quote unquote the left, how
Oh,
those
yeah.
are in concert?
Well, I mean, funny enough, it was your episode with Dr. Raphael Johnson about the murder of the Romanovs that was a huge light bulb for me. I've had this conversation with a couple of other of our guys. Woes was one from Stone Choir, which everyone should go check that podcast out. It's amazing. But he and I were having a conversation about when this started. And he was like, I'm of the firm belief that Satan was let out of his prison sometime in the early 1900s, sometime in the last century. I was like, well, he's like, I can't prove it. I don't know how you could prove it, but it had to have happened then, because he's like, it's just like a total phase change, and it's everywhere all at once. And that's when I remembered that interview you did with Dr. Raphael Johnson, when he talked about some of the photos of the basement that the Romanovs were killed in and what was on the walls. So everybody thinks that, when an animal or a person is sacrificed, they think it's the taking of the life that is the sacrifice, right? That's the currency. The thing was alive and now we killed it for you. That's not at all what's happening. It's the blood. And God tells us in the Bible it's the blood, right? So it's not the killing of a thing or a person. It's the blood of a thing or a person. This is why in Genesis he tells you not to eat meat with the blood still in it. He's like, that's, that life is for me. So the hierarchies exist everywhere in nature because nature is logos. It is God, right? His logos binds and it sets the parameters of our reality. Right? And that's really what nature is. Nature is him. And the hierarchies that exist down here, authority down here is authority up there. Hierarchy up there is hierarchy down here. They are the same thing, right? So let's say I was some, I don't know, some occultist, right? And I wanted to, I don't know, summon a demon or a spirit. If I do such a thing in t-shirts and flip-flops, depending on how powerful the spirit, I'm going to get my life ruined. I'll probably die. Or I'll end up in an insane asylum, which is the same thing. But let's say if I did it in a white robe or a toga, and let's say I had a sword on my hip, a crown on my head, and I somehow managed to get a hold of enough lion skin to make a belt. And I do the exact same thing. Not only am I not going to get destroyed, but I will find whatever it is that I summon quite cooperative. Because it could be a fucking Burger King crown. It doesn't matter. Right? They don't see that great, but they smell really good. That demon would be looking at Solomon. That's what he'd be looking at. Right? Authority down here is authority up there. A king down here is a king up there. Right? There is an actual spiritual mechanism in monarchy because we make it so. Right? Our collective views of a person's authority is their authority. So I don't know what type of evil you could unleash into the world. But blood is basically spiritual gold. Right? If you had a currency, if there was a monetary unit that world ran on, or at least they ran on, it would be blood. So I don't know, like I said, the type of evil that you could unleash into the world. by butchering a king and his queen and his children and draining them of that blood. But I could imagine you could do a fucking lot. I don't know exactly how much blood it takes to release Satan out of his tomb. I never asked. But I bet you there is enough there. And Dr. Raphael Johnson said that there were things written on the wall in blood. Am I correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what they were?
I don't.
They were sigils. They were call and collect. Every demon's got a phone number, so to speak. So does every angel. But yeah, the fact that the most noble blood left in Christendom was ritualistically drained and used in a sacrifice in a dark, dirty basement covered with bloody sigils on the wall, and the birth of a ideology that would become a human meat grinder into which millions upon millions, hundreds of millions of souls were fed into. And even the souls that weren't fed into the meat grinder physically, billions more, would be deracinated and stripped of their Christianity and their faith over the period of the next 60 to 100 years. All from that moment, I think, is too much of a coincidence to overlook. I don't know how
Well,
you'd
when you
release the devil out of his tomb, but I'd imagine it'd look something like that.
yeah, and if blood is power, if blood does exactly what you're describing, orchestrating the death of 60 million
Yes.
over a 5 to 6 year period, what can that unleash upon the world?
You're feeding something, right? Like you're making a deal with something. I know we talked about in the previous episode, consciousness, collective human consciousness's ability to influence and shape reality. Right? But that's only certain groups of people. Right? Other groups of people don't have that. And all of them don't know that they don't have it, except for one particular group. And that one particular group, at least um, their magi class, I don't want to call them, spiritual leaders, because what they're doing is magic. It's not any type of spiritual vocation whatsoever. I mean, I can pick up a Kabbalah, I can pick up a Zohar, and I can read you exactly where it comes from. It was their passages. I don't know if I did this in the first episode, did I? Where the Kabbalah actually comes from, what it is.
Well, I mean, I can tell you right now. Well, I mean, where it comes from and what it is. I mean,
Yes.
I pulled up Shahak's book, Jewish History, Jewish Religion, where he describes exactly what what it is. But yeah, I mean, I don't remember if you mentioned where the Kabbalah came from. So go right ahead.
I'll pull up the book. It's probably the most well documented so far, but the Kabbalah is basically ripped whole hog out of what's called the Greco-Egyptian magical papyri. Right? It is a series of magical texts about 2,000 years old and written in blood. You're gonna notice that a lot, by the way. kind of it kind of keeps coming up, right?
Hollywood even tells you. Hollywood even shares it with you. They don't have to. That's what some people think. Oh, if they have to share that. No, they don't have to. They're bragging. They're telling you in tales. They're telling you in fiction, much the way certain writers that I've been reading lately have written fiction books telling you how to do things like overthrow governments and things like that. Fiction
It's
is
funny.
people should. I've I've gone back to starting to examine more fiction lately because there's a lot there that certain people will know they can't come out and tell you exactly what it is, but they can tell you exactly what you need to do a certain thing, but they'll show you how to do it through fiction.
Yeah, that is very funny. So here we have. No, I should have bookmarked these. All right, but
Something I learned about something I thought about too after we finished the last episode, where towards the end we were talking about the rosary.
yes,
Notice how Hollywood has portrayed the rosary for the last 60 or 70 years. When you see someone praying the rosary in Hollywood, who's praying in a Hollywood movie? Who's doing it?
nuns.
Or little old ladies,
Yes,
the fragile. Well,
I never actually thought about that.
why? Because they want that association. They want that association with, oh, that's something that your crazy Catholic aunt does. That's not something that a man would do. What use would a man have for that? And it's a way
Why did?
to discredit it
Yes.
without without people knowing that it's being discredited, realizing that.
Yeah, it makes you not want to pick one up. Why would they want to do that?
Maybe there's power in it.
Yeah,
I mean, Padre Pio seems to think it
I
was
was
a
about to
weapon.
ask. Yeah, yeah.
and
What's that? How does that quote go?
priest, he just says it's just bring me my weapon. You know, he needs it he needs it at certain times. And when you go back through history, you will see when Christians are in war, especially in the last 500-600 years, there are priests, there are men praying the rosary. And the amount of times you will see, you can read accounts of the battle being won by a small group over a larger army, while the rosary is being prayed for them. And then you'll read other accounts where the same army, that's not happening and they get defeated. It's rather interesting.
Padre Pio is one of the most well documented mystics in modern times. Right? Like scientific journals of all different types traveled around to him and documented his ability to levitate, bilocate, as in appear in two places simultaneously. Funny that. Be able to move things through prayer. And I mean, where is my, let's see if I can pull it up.
And let's remind people, Padre Pio didn't live in the 13th and 14th century.
Nope.
He lived in the 20th century. He lived in Mussolini's Italy.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So there is, when I mean documentation, I'm not joking. I mean the type of documentation that you would find in pretty much any type of scientific inquiry in the 30s and 20s. Like, these aren't stupid people. In fact, they were probably even more skeptical, more atheistic than they are now. Right? Something very powerful happens when you throw intention behind the name of God. Matthew, book 21, verses 19 to 21. And he noticed a fig tree beside the road, and he went over to see if there was any figs. But there was only leaves. When he said to the fig tree, "May you never bear fruit again," immediately the fig tree dried and withered up. When the disciples saw this, they were amazed. "How did the fig tree wither and die so quickly?" they asked. To which Jesus replied, "Truly, I tell you, if you have faith and you do not doubt, not only can you do what was done to this fig tree, but you can also say to this mountain, 'Go throw yourself into the sea,' and it will be done." John 14, 12 through 14. "Truly, truly, I tell you, whoever believes in me will do the works that I am doing. He will do even greater things than these, because I am going to my Father. And I will do what you ask in my name, so that my Father may be glorified in the Son. If you ask for me anything in my name, I will do it." And that's exactly what Padre Pio was doing. He would tell you that he was not doing anything. Matthew 17:20. "Because you have so little faith," he answered, "for truly I tell of you, if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you."
Yeah,
So that brings me to a good point. I hate to let that one not set, but in those consciousness experiments, because right now it probably all sounds like a dualistic mess. Evil the same as good, just different. It's not the case at all. Right? There is a clearly defined, testable, like scientifically testable imperative to the universe, to whatever it is that God has built. I don't think that I know or will ever know what exactly the universe is. But we are able to extract some rule sets out of it So in those quantum randomness generator experiments, where the fluctuation of quantum particles were able to go in one direction or the other by bending physics, they also did similar experiments. And you have to control for a lot. So you have to do these experiments a lot of times. It's the only way you can tease out the trends. So I'm going to use this. I'm going to fudge the numbers a little bit just to make it easier to tell. All right, or else we're going to get into decimal places and like just numbers I won't be able to recall off the top of my head. All right, let's say if you prayed for a month straight for $100,000 to come and find its way to your mailbox for whatever reason, right? It won't be a zero chance. You will have made some impact, right? So we'll just say it is N value, whether it's 2% or 1%, it is a measurable impact, right? But let's say that your neighbor had cancer and her chemotherapy was costing so much money, she was going to lose her house and be homeless. And the remainder on her mortgage was $100,000. So let's just say that for the next month, you prayed every day for $100,000 to not show up in your mailbox, but to show up in the mailbox next door. And what do you think the chances of that would be? N plus, 2, N plus 5? No, it's not. It's N times 12.4 something. So when prayer is directed for the benefit of others with no benefit whatsoever to you, the person praying, for some reason, we do not know why the reason is, but no matter where you do similar studies, wherever in the world, I think this has been replicated 3 times. So twice in the US and once in Europe. So I can't say it works everywhere in the world. We haven't done it everywhere in the world yet. But what I can say is that for some reason, when conscious intention is put towards the selfless benefit of others, somehow the architecture, the structure of the universe we live in makes that more than 10 times more efficacious, right? So when you're praying for something other than yourself, for some reason, it's 10 times as powerful, more. And this is measurable. Like, these are not just nonsense numbers, right? You can derive the chances, right? Just like the lottery tickets, you can derive through rather complex but doable mathematics the chances of anybody walking into a gas station at any moment in time and pulling a 1 in a trillion number. Right? It's doable math. So when there are fluctuations in those, it takes a bit of math, but it's easy to see. And the only thing you need to do is replicate. And after you've replicated 100 times, 1,000 times, right? Each time you're becoming more and more and more sure that what you're seeing is signal and not noise, right? You're replicating to remove randomness. And then the outcomes are statistically undeniable. You have to admit that something is happening. You may not know what it is or why, but it seems that there is a trade wind in our universe, and it blows in only one direction. So you can you can try and sail against the wind, and maybe you'll move a couple inches. But you flow with the wind at your back, and you'll move a couple miles. So there is a moral imperative built into the very fabric of our reality. And what is our reality? Our reality is Logos. What is Logos? Logos is God. There's no place in the universe I can go where he is not. I can't go outside of the universe. So no matter where or how far I go, whether up or down or left or right, whether forward in time or back in time, there's no point where he is not there, because he physically is the ocean we all swim in. So when I say that there is a moral imperative to the universe, an easier way of saying that would be God is good. You do not live in a dualistic universe. Evil is not the same as good. In fact, evil is much weaker than good. So the battle lines are pretty clearly drawn. And that's why
which is
a
why
bunch of retards.
evil thrives off of the weak and not the strong.
Because there's so much more of them. There's so much more of them. And that's why 100, 1,000 anonymous retards on Twitter can change the course of the most powerful nation in the world, and thus change the direction of the world. Because good is orders of magnitude more powerful. Truth is orders of magnitude more powerful. And when it's selfless, which is what I kind of think anonymous posting is, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
When I see somebody steal my ideas, I can't get angry. I've already made that deal, right? I will get 0 credit for this. Then why are you doing it? Because it's the right thing to do. It's only downside, really. What is the upside for somebody speaking out against the regime? What is the upside for any of the things that we're doing now? I'd love for somebody to lay it out for me. Because from where I'm sitting, it's only professional risk, career risk, financial risk, social risk, familial risk. I would love for somebody to please tell me where the upside is in doing any of this. I haven't been able to find any. So then why do it? Oh, and you'll get no credit for it.
The when you talk about intention, the evil spirits have done a really good job of making that a bad word with the health and wealth preachers
Oh God,
and the the I forget what that course was that was
the
popular
secret.
in the 2000s. Yeah, the secret.
It may as well be called the Satan.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of making it sound really associating it with people who are evil and who are full of pride and full of greed and full of and have no who know that what they're telling people, what they're teaching people, is not going to help them. It's not going to help their people. It's only going to help them. So even using a term like intention is has had to be attacked and had to be denigrated because of the power that it actually has.
Grant Cardone is a demon. He's a monster. That's what Grant Cardone is. The author of The Secret is a monster. He's literally inviting demonic possession into each and every person that reads that book. Right? You're going to show him a door but not tell him what's inside. You're going to have them sign on a dotted line when they have no idea what they're signing for. You're evil. You're a monster. And Grant Cardone knows everything that I know, I'm sure, if not more. I'm sure his library would be really fucking interesting to take a walk through. And watch, when he goes, it's gonna be messy. And he's not gonna go nicely. That's the unifying thing that you see in all of them that use this for their own self-benefit. In their own
Who
name, I guess would be a way to put it.
who was somebody who pushed all of that? Who was somebody who had the Cardones of the world and all of these intention people, all of this on their show, and then it comes out that they hang out with Harvey Weinstein and hang out with Diddy and hang out with what the hell was that guy's name who was running the pedophile ring? It was a white guy, something God or something.
Oh,
Something.
yeah, John of God.
Yeah, John of God. Who?
Baby Farm
Oprah
John of
Winfrey?
God. Yes.
Oprah Winfrey? Who pushed all of this stuff and then has associations. I mean, there's a picture of her which just basically looks like her handing off a young girl to Harvey Weinstein.
I
That's who
think we
these
should
people
take a
are.
look at Saint Simon of Trent.
Go ahead.
Everybody should familiarize themselves with Saint Simon of Trent. If you think I'm lying or you think Pete is being hyperbolic, you tell me like demons don't exist. Well, what's his name that did Passovers of blood?
Toaf?
Toaf. Ariel Toaf.
Yeah. Yeah, Ariel Toaf. Yeah, the son of was it the son of a Chabad rabbi, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
I know his dad was a rabbi.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to maybe one day do a conversation between myself and Hunger the Dye Merchant, because it accidentally happened in a space where he was describing to me these strange rituals that he witnessed when he spent time in Israel.
Ariel
And
Toaf
basically translated.
Ariel Toaf is the son of Elio Toaf, the former chief rabbi of Rome.
Oh, so nobody. A loser. And wasn't he before he published a celebrated historian? Before he became
Yeah,
public enemy number one?
he was professor of medieval and Renaissance history at Bar Ilan University in Israel. He came to prominence for his book Passover of Blood, and it was criticized. And Toaf wrote, but was unrelated. What happened to him? Let's see. Second book appeared, and afterward, Toaf responded to the critics. He said that the possibility existed that certain criminal acts disguised as crude rituals were indeed committed by extremist groups or individuals demented by religious mania and blinded by desire for revenge against those. Yeah, I mean, well, you mean like the Jews who started slaughtering Christians by the hundreds, which Khmelnytsky had to put down in what 1648 because they thought they had made it so that their Messiah was coming back, so they just decided to start killing everybody in the in the area.
When was Simon of Trent? 15 something?
Yeah, I'd have to. Simon of Trent is 1475.
1475. Simon of Trent is a canonized saint who was a martyr, even though he was probably too young to know that he was being martyred at all.
Well, I mean, he was allegedly 3 years old.
Yep. Luckily, he was baptized, or they might not have wanted him. So Simon of Trent was abducted. He was stolen. He was kidnapped. And he was taken away. And there's probably, I think there's 4 or 5 dozen well-documented cases in Ariel Toaf's book. But Simon of Trent was crucified upside down. And he was ritualistically, the only thing I could describe it with is basically being poked with an ice pick and drained of blood, which was then both poured on the ground and drank by the participants of his ritual murder. It was done on Passover. Some of the other murders happen on similar dates, not Passover, but other religious festival days. And after Simon of Trent was drained of blood and messages were carved into his skin, he was thrown in a ditch about 15 miles away. And if it wasn't for the distinct characteristics of the child, he probably wouldn't have been recognized. Apparently, he had strikingly golden blonde hair. So, baptisms were like a big thing then in medieval communities. Right? It's not like, today if you get baptized, maybe your family and some family and friends would get together. The whole community would, it's a celebration in these tiny medieval communities. Right? Every birth is a celebration. Every marriage is a celebration for the whole community because it is. And every death was mourned by the community. So everyone was there for Simon of Trent's baptism. Everybody there knew what Simon of Trent looked like. Even the passing merchant that saw him in the ditch and got the authorities. when Simon of Trent was taken, someone smart enough had a young girl follow the people that took him to the house that he was ritualistically murdered in. And when it was announced a couple days later that they found the body, the young girl told the Lord, and I believe at this point in time, investigators got sent from Rome, and the perpetrators were found literally with the room and the upside down crucifix covered in blood and the utensil. Like, I mean, it's the most fucking open and shut case in the world. And you could say, oh, maybe they were railroaded. Really? I believe Simon of Trent is, and two or three others are some of the most well documented medieval legal cases that came out of medieval Europe. So there is a faction of people, if you can call them people, remember, people don't value blood. Spirits do. Blood is the life that they don't have. So I don't know anybody that has a hankering for blood to the point where they need to ritualistically murder children and drain it from them. I've never met anybody like that, but apparently they exist because we keep on seeing it everywhere, except in non-Christian parts of the world. Then we don't see it. It's only in Christian parts of the world that are cohabitated by a specific group of people with a subsection of them with very, very, very strange religious beliefs. And they document them profusely in their texts. And there's very little difference in what they are saying than what Lex Wexner said to the New York Times. Except Lex Wexner left out what he feeds that little demon that lives inside of him. I believe you and Daryl Cooper did an episode on not just Jeffrey Epstein, but John Podesta and his brother.
That was the first time I ever interviewed Daryl. We talked about how ridiculousness of something called Pizzagate or anything surrounding it. It's just ridiculous.
Absolute conspiracy theory nonsense. Just insane. And you would have to be insane to believe such a thing. But the one thing Daryl was having trouble understanding was why they do what they do to kids. Why kids? Why not teenagers? Why not middle-aged folks? It's not just the destruction of innocence, because a person will never be closer to God than he is when he is first born. Right? There is no opinions, thoughts, opinions of others that just lump together like a pile of trash and form something called the ego, right? Someone's conceptualization of themselves, right? A person's personality or a person's idea of themselves. An infant is just pure awareness, just experiencing the world. Has no thoughts, no preconceptions, loves every face equally. An infant is the closest to God you will ever find on this earth. Which, another thing that happens, this part's kind of gross and I don't like saying it, but it should be said to understand a lot. And you can take the most materialistic point of view, and this will still disturb you. Or you can take my point of view, and not only will it disturb you, but you'll be able to explain a lot of shit. So when a child before the ages where they hit puberty, right, before their hormones start to kick in, right, the level of neuroplasticity is unlike any other time in life. But something very strange happens when you sexually abuse a child before the age of puberty. There's literally infinity scientific papers that you can peruse at your leisure about this. But it takes the neural pathways in the brain and it bifurcates them. It snaps them in half. If you imagine your brain as an antenna that's a wafer, right? It snaps it in half. And another way of putting that would be like, let's say you have this beautiful house and I cut it down the middle and I put a for rent sign on the other half. I've turned your lovely home into a duplex. Right? And the reason why these sick motherfuckers, these vessels, do it ritualistically, which you and Daryl outline to a point where it's really indisputable that it is being done ritualistically. You do that so you can kind of time the open houses and pick who moves in. You get to pick your neighbors. And if you look at things like, let's say, homosexuality or transgenderism, and not just the desire that they all have to replicate themselves by sexually assaulting children before the ages of puberty, but you will find they themselves were sexually assaulted before the age of puberty. So all their little houses got chopped into duplexes and somebody else moved in. And you can actually do a line, you can overlap the charts and you'll basically get one line. And not really, but near as makes no difference, yes. The rates of sexual assault, early childhood sexual assault, right? The rates of that, which are drastically increasing, and the rates of dissociative identity disorder, DID, also known as multiple personality disorder. And so you can take the entirely materialistic point of view and say, okay, well, in doing what they're doing to children, they are causing multiple personalities to happen. And I could say, okay, well, where did that other personality come from? And you'll have a really shitty answer for me. All right. But I could take a person with dissociative identity disorder that has they've done this several times, where one of their identities is blind. And they will stick that person in a CAT scan tube, and they will see that the areas of the brain that process vision go dark, which is impossible for a human being to do, personalities or otherwise. You're seeing physiological changes in the human brain. So I guess that means it's a lot more than a fucking personality, isn't it? It's not a funny accent that they put on. So my explanation is able to explain a lot more things. But you have to make one assumption for it to explain all those things. And that is, not only does evil exist, not only does Satan exist, not only do demons exist, but they're in your world, here and now around you. You may pass one on the street. One may be sworn into office for your state, county, or city. One may preside a satanic mass in the highest church in the nation. It would explain a lot more things. It would also explain, to bring it back to the original, a whole bunch of individual actors, right? Individual people in a completely uncoordinated fashion with no communication between each other, carrying out discrete individual actions, accidentally creating this much larger thing, almost as if they are in constant coordination with each other, even though we know that they are not. Uncoordinated people are acting in a coordinated fashion. How does one explain such a thing? I haven't heard a good one. That's not the one I'm giving you now. So the thing about winning a fight is first recognizing that you're fucking in one. And no matter how much you don't want to be in a fight, how much that scares you, and it fucking well should, because now you know that there are stakes. In a fight, there are stakes if you lose. Right? It could be the hospital. It could be broken bones, lost teeth, or in war, it could be dead, or it could be the loss of your immortal soul. Every fight has stakes. And whether you want to be in a fight or not, the other person gets to decide whether you're in a fight or not. Your only
And
choice
I
is
was
what
gonna,
do you do next? Go
yeah,
on.
and I was gonna say it's hard for people to, if people can't recognize that they're in a fight. I mean, we're in a war.
Hmm.
If there are people out there who don't recognize we're in a war, they're not going to recognize a fight.
Yeah, they think this is just politics. I'm sorry. Find me a previous example of politics that involved castrating children. Find me a previous type of politics that burnt down churches and the rival political faction rallied and just like literally celebrates themselves, desecrating images of Christ or wearing t-shirts that say how great Satan is. Find me a political theorist that will explain this to me. I'll wait. Like where? Oh, they're just confused. It's just the left, bro. They don't know any better. If we give them information, right, or they just don't know the outcomes of their decisions, they're stupid. I hate the term libtard. I hate it. These people aren't stupid. They're not retarded. I mean, Janet Yellen isn't retarded. She's a very smart lady. All of her actions seem retarded to you because you think her job is to manage the economy correctly. And oh, she's just so dumb. She keeps fumbling the balls. It's just butterfingers. She's just so doofy. Or maybe you don't actually know what her job is. Oh, all these trans people seem to have a real problem with Christ. That's weird. They're probably just stupid. They're probably just confused. Oh, they're going to erect statues of Satan in Capitol buildings. That's so silly. That's so dumb. Oh, Satanism is so cringe. Oh, it's so gay. Oh, look, the FBI is throwing women who pray silently outside of abortion clinics in prison for 9 years. Oh, the left really they have no brakes, bro. The left is just insane. They're so stupid. No. Traditional Catholics, right? Going to Latin Mass are at the top of the FBI's list. Oh, they're so stupid. Oh, they just hate America. No. The Stone Choir guys had the FBI come after them, come and interview people around them. Traditional Catholic, Latin Mass Catholics are having the FBI spy on them. What is the political utility of any of this? Where is it in Schmidt, or where is it in Leviathan or the Machiavellians? Where does it talk about tearing down God? Where is that in politics? They're not libtards. They're not stupid. They're vessels for something much smarter and much older than you. And you need to give it the respect that it deserves. Because it was here long before you, and it will be here long after you. And its only job is to hate you. That's it. That's all it does. It's what they all do, is to hate you and lie to you. You could look at that book. What is it? The Authoritarian Personality.
Yeah.
I can hold that book up, and I could I'm sure there's countless church fathers that have written what a healthy Christian society looks like, what a godly society looks like. And I would imagine that that book, The Authoritarian Personality, picks apart each and every thing. I bet they don't miss a single thing that any of the church fathers said about what God wants a Christian society to look like. I will say one thing about the Stone Choir boys. I think they hit it on the nose with why the regime hates white people. Because that's really the only thing is why white people. And their analysis of the IQ question and the time preference and moral continuity, there is only one race that has been able to propagate Christianity. Not just preserve it, but also propagate it. The 80 IQ African, no offense, Africans, but those are the breaks. Within a generation or two generations, they revert back to their old thing or start merging the old thing in with the new thing. Right? All of the people that were basically evangelized, all the people that, all of the Oaxacans that were carving people's heart out by the tens of thousands to one of their gods, which seemed to actually, a funny thing about all these gods of all these peoples that we came across before Christianity, it seems that the center point of all of their religious interactions involve blood. So knowing that blood is the spiritual currency, it makes you think a little bit differently about the blood of Christ. And let's say how powerful it was enough to literally forgive the sins of countless millions of people. Right? It seems that all of these other people, the Mayans, the Incas, their gods were just hungry for blood. And there's really only one people on the planet that have been able to propagate Christianity. So if you wanted to kill Christianity in a generation or two, you could just get rid of all the white people, and then it's a fait accompli. Or you dilute them, you mix them. I don't know what it is, but I think there's something more in the blood than just its spiritual currency. I've been really into DNA computing. Everyone should look it up. It sounds insane. It is insane. to find out that your DNA, one strand of your DNA, has more computing horsepower, more memory storage capacity than our biggest supercomputer? Maybe there's a little bit more going on in our blood than we think. I don't know what it is, but it seems that demons want it, and demon-possessed vessels want to destroy it. So I don't need to know what my enemy intends to do. I just need to know what he's doing, and that knowing what he's doing is going to be bad for me. Okay, so they hate Christ. They really dig Satan. They really like the castration, perversion, and bending of genders. Anybody that's even poked around at Satan at all will notice that he's a dude with tits. But they seem to have a hankering for the blood of unborn children, newly born children, prepubescent children, a desire to castrate and invert those children, put satanic statues places, tear down churches, pervert clergies, pervert the teachings. I'm really fucking struggling to find a political utility in any of that shit. But I know a whole bunch of people on the timeline, a whole bunch of people that say that they're on our team, that will tell me that it's just political. It's just politics. They're just stupid. They're libtards. They're dumb.
Yeah, when you go back, especially to like the Spanish Civil War, when you realize that the plan was to exterminate half of the Catholics in the country, they figured if they got rid of half, the other half would fall in line. And you look at the way they did it, putting the bodies in ditches, putting the bodies in cemeteries, things like that. The
Crucifying priests.
Yeah, the disinterment of nuns and priests, and just how bloodthirsty they were when it came to the clergy. And when Thomas pointed this out when we recorded talking about this, that in the span of the whole Inquisition, which lasted probably let's call it 350 years, 320 years, roughly. Probably best estimates, 3,000 people were found guilty and put to death. Not only of being heretics, that was really in the beginning, it just became a court after a while. Double that were executed in the first 6 months of the Spanish Civil War. Double that. And
that's less than, what is that, 10 a year?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
300 years?
Yeah. But bloodthirsty, bloodthirsty. But then you look at the Spanish Civil War and killing double that in the first 6 months, from June 36 to December 36, and the amount of churches that had to be burned, seminaries that had to be burned, all of these things that needed to be dealt with. Well, why? Why? Because you can defeat a people and get them to fall in line. You can take over a government and pretty much people will bend to your will. Unfortunately, even some very people who consider themselves to be very pious, you will see them bending to the will of the zeitgeist. And why did this have to happen? Why did it have to happen that way? Then you look at the people who were doing it, and they were all acting as one.
Yep.
I mean, all of them. There was very little dissent once you start really reading it. There was very little dissent in the ranks, and you can actually name a couple people, 2 or 3 people on that side who spoke out against it. But the fact that you can name 2 or 3 people on that side shows you how few people spoke out against it. It was just part of what needed to be done in order to bring in the new world that they wanted.
So there's a bunch of, I can't remember if it was the previous owner of Mystery Grove or whatever. I can't remember where I got to hear these. But somebody had gotten a hold of not just journals, diaries of the white Russians, but also some of the unaligned populations who were basically forced to garrison troops of either side. Right, because some of these towns would fall into the hands of the Reds one month, and then they'd be liberated the next month, only to be pushed back again. So a lot of the common people got to see, basically both sides, both types of people, and the way that which they describe the Reds, and not just the Reds, right? So they describe it as like a demonic fever took over all of Russia, because it wasn't just the Reds, but it would be like just common bands of criminals, or people would become criminals, and they, like neighbors, would become just as horrible as the Red Guard. Right? All the people that have lived together for their entire lives peaceably, like they describe it like a mania.
Happened in the Balkan Wars in the 1990s as well. Neighbors. Yep.
But I mean, like, because like in Chechnya that happened, right? But they were like pogroming the Russian population there.
Yeah, in Russia, yeah.
But just specifically over the period of the revolution, these guys describe a madness that had taken over everybody, even the unaligned people. Right? Like something out of a fucking movie, man. It is really chilling to read. And then you find out what was happening in the Romanian prisons, and how similar stuff was being rolled out on the ground in Spain. Like, I don't... Daryl Cooper's stuff can be a bit much. and I mean that in the best way possible, as in like you'll get more detail than you want. But I urge everybody to listen to, as much as they can stomach, his series called The Anti-Humans and what was
Well, I mean,
happening in the prisons.
I'm glad you qualified that with as much as you can stomach, because
I couldn't make it through it.
yeah, it's hard for good people to. It's going to be hard for good people to deal with that.
Yeah, don't listen to it with your kids anywhere in earshot or your wife. Certain women are more vulnerable than we are. Like, thoughts aren't just thoughts. And hearing, if you can make it 2 hours into that, I think I made it. If you make it 3 hours into that, you're a stronger man than I am. I couldn't. I tapped out. It is impossible to listen to what he recounts and continue to believe that you are in a political fight. And there's a reason why they want you to believe you're in a political fight. And this is why anybody that thinks that they're in a political fight tells other people that they're in a political fight. Like, first off, in the first episode you and I did, Pete, I think we pretty much put a nail in the coffin of materialism. But yet there are materialists among us that think it's cool, or that, I mean, deep down inside, they're just resentful, right? They're just, maybe their dad was a pastor or whatever, because it really doesn't make any sense at this point. If you're in this far in the game, and I mean, this is coming off the back of a Trump victory, I should sound more ecstatic, but I'm not, because I know this is when people are going to be laziest, and that terrifies me. People are going to think that we won. In what world would you ever think that you defeated the fucking Antichrist by electing a president, by voting? In what world could you be so naive to think that the fight's over? Oh, the left is done, bro. They're demoralized. They're finished. It's not the left. You're not fighting a political fight, and the risks of you losing aren't political. They're unfortunately eternal. And the reason why they work so hard, because if they were to just, Pete, if they were to just do what they do and they didn't say fuck all, right? Like, if all of a sudden they started burning down churches, erecting altars to the devil, to wearing, Satan rules t-shirts, whatever, right? And they were castrating kids, and they just didn't say fucking anything at all, and they just did it. We would be fucking burning them at the stake. It would be the most evil thing we've ever seen. But since they couch it in a politics, in a fake politics, if you accept the enemy's framing, you've already lost. There is a reason that this is being framed for you politically. If you are to remove that framing, you see this much more clearly, right? The political framing is there for their benefit and your detriment. It hides what's actually happening, and it makes you miss the way to actually fight it. It's deliberate, right? If they frame it politically, the only actions that you will take and the only weapons you think are available to you are political ones, right? You've effectively stood on the big X painted on the floor for you, idiot. If you know that everything they do at the core of it is lies and lying to you, you have to discard everything in its entirety and work from your own first principles. Chief among them that this fight is political, because it's not. Well, what happens if, we're chalking up political W's? Why would we not want to continue going the direction we're going? Because it stops you from getting to the only place that these things actually fear. Right? The only man that the regime, that Satan actually fears, if I were to sum it up in an archetype, it's not a warrior and it's not a mystic. It's the combination of the two, which is why I think that you can bribe, and I don't mean to use the word literally, but you can bribe a warrior with glory, honors, and prestige. Right? You can pressure, silence, torture, subjugate a priest, a mystic. You can't fight back. Right? But what do the two have in common? The warrior and the mystic. They both greet death as a friend, as in they are not scared of dying. They are not scared about the only weapon that the regime has against you, which is either to make your life miserable or to end it. And the mystic and the warrior have completely different reasons for why they act the way they do. Right? The warrior guy is not scared of dying because people die around him all the time. The mystic or the priest doesn't care about dying because he knows that this is like a short pit stop on a much longer journey. And this is probably the grossest town he has to stop in. And it's all downhill or it's all uphill from there. Right? If they can't bribe you and they can't threaten you with making your life worse or killing you or those close to you, you become invincible. Because really all that they have is the fear of those things, and maybe in certain small instances metering them out. But this is why, I think this is why the Spanish Civil War went the way it did, because really on the ground, if you were to just do it by the math, Franco should have had his teeth kicked in. But if you listen to some of those accounts, like the men in the I always pronounce that incorrectly.
Alzacar.
There we go. All those guys, none of them cared about living, and I'm sure a lot of them knew that they weren't gonna. And you see this time and time again. Because once you take that away, it seems the most unlikely of things happen. Because if you are not scared of dying or scared of the bad things that can happen to you, you are either A, an insane person, which is possible, there's plenty of them among us, or you have faith. And what did Jesus tell us about having faith? And what would happen to our actions if we do things with the faith the size of a pea? We can command mountains to move, and they will move. And that's why I think when you see situations like those men, if they knew that they were going to die and that it was basically for them a fait accompli, the only way that they would continue fighting and not run away is if they have faith. Unless we can summon that level of faith, I think we lose. Even though we may win this short-term political battle, it's only 4 years. It's not really much in comparison to millennium or even 100 years. Look what they've done in 100 years. Right? Everybody talks about like, oh, the right's winning, the right's winning. Is it? Is it? Have we made 100 years of straight W's? I don't think we have, but they have. It's been 100 years of W's. And we're winning for 2 days, and now we're winning. We've won. We've beaten them. They're demoralized. They're finished. They waited Franco out. And now his body gets torn out of the ground. And near as makes no difference, tossed in a ditch. So, I mean, I know
I think
we should be happy, but we're fighting the wrong way.
Yeah, that's where we end it. That's where we end it. Right there. The reality that Franco is not in his grave anymore. He's not in the what is it, the heroes thing? Oh, and I'm fading fast. I said Alzacar. It's Alcazar de Toledo. But where Franco was buried and where they disinterred him from was the field. I want to say it was the
but he won.
He's now in he's now in El Pardo. In the he was in the Valley of the Fallen, and I think they moved Primo de Rivera's body as well out of there. So
yeah, but they won, bro.
Yeah, you can't stop fighting these people.
It's not. They won politically and they won militarily, but did they win?
Yeah.
The only way we win is by changing ourselves.
Yep. That's it. That's where we end this. All right, man.
My friend. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. As always. Until the next time, let's see what let's see where the conversation takes us next time. May not even be on this. We may have to come back to this at a later date. Maybe we need something. We need something new to talk about, and then come back to this. So
I think there's going to be something.
There's going to be something.
All right, whatever it is, it's accelerating. Night. Have a good night, man.
All right, take care. Bye.
Bye.
You good?